What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to the Dirty Bird Fly Through, man. Y'all know who I am. I'm your host, Chandler, for this evening. For every evening over here on the Dirty Bird Fly Through. Back here with another Sunday Night Throwback, man. Hey, look, only got a few more of these to go. A few more of these Sunday Night Throwbacks, cause shoot, the season ain't far away at all. Actually, it's July 5th right now. Hope everyone had a good 4th of July weekend. However, you decided to celebrate it. You know but obviously, now that we're past the 4th of July, man, hey, we're only a few weeks away from training camp, man. So that's going to be, hey, we all know training camp it opens everything up officially. So, um, yeah, man, we're going to be. But hey, make sure y'all know what to do, man. Y'all know what to do. Y'all hit that like button, subscribe, comment, share. Hey, tell me what y'all thought about y'all saw the new video I put out a few days ago, man. Y'all tell me what y'all thought about it. If you liked it, man. So I'll probably have part two out. We'll be looking at the next four games. Probably I'd hope to have that out. Hopefully by Tuesday, man. I'm gonna put Tuesday, maybe Wednesday on it, man. So actually, I need to start getting that together soon. Um, But yeah, man, look, y'all know what to do. Y'all know to subscribe and share out that channel. Y'all see that Cash App, man. Look, I never asked for I never, mandate the support, man. Never mandate y'all to donate any cash, but it's always greatly appreciated. Shoot, even if it's $5, man, it is better than nothing. Shoot, especially in today's world, everyone's trying to, just scrap up every dollar they can find, man. So, shoot, y'all know what to do, man. Y'all know how to support, and y'all know the support's always going to be greatly appreciated, man. Um, but here tonight, man, we're going to be talking about oh, also, man, make sure y'all share the content out too. Share the content out, um, and all that good stuff. Help it circulate, man. Obviously, football season coming up. Trying to get some new people to come through here, come around here, man. So y'all know what to do. Y'all know, man, that it's always greatly appreciated. Any type of support is always greatly appreciated over here. Um, on the Dirty Bird fly through. Um, hey, as I say, man, uh, Atlanta Falcons channel for real Atlanta Falcons fans. We talk football over here. We'll talk all sorts of stuff, man. So shoot, we'll just see where things go. But yeah, y'all know what to do, man. Y'all know what to do. Hit the like button, subscribe, comment, share out, all that good stuff. Cash App, man. Y'all know what to do. Um, got the link coming up here for y'all in a second, man, and then we'll start this conversation. Um, but definitely gonna be obviously as we do have a few more Sunday night throwbacks. I don't know if I'll be on next week to be honest with y'all because next week's actually gonna be a pretty busy week for me. But I should probably have after tonight probably two more Sunday night throwbacks. So hey, look, if y'all got any ideas, man, of like what y'all want me to talk about, on these Sunday night throwbacks, there's a lot of stuff, man. I think we could talk about that. I don't think a lot of people actually realize, man, that can be talked about. So look, y'all just let me know. Um, of course, it's always appreciated. Um, and yeah, man, we'll go from there. But hey, man, shoot, we got the link coming up right here, and shoot, man, the link is in the chat, man. Y'all know what to do. Hit that link. Hit that link. Join the conversation. So, man, talking about the Gritz Blitz defense, one of the forgotten defense, one of probably the most forgotten defenses, honestly, man, in NFL history. And it's honestly a shame because, man, when you're talking about the Gritz Blitz, um, you're talking about a defense that, especially during its time, man, 1977. Um, really, man, that you're talking about the era of the steel curtain, and really when the NFL was a defensive league. But the Gritz Blitz, man, they were absolute. I mean, they just smothered you. They brought the pressure. They played aggressively. Obviously, Claude Humphrey was one of the anchors of the Gritz Blitz. Leeman Bennett at the time was head coach, man, um, during the Gritz Blitz. So yeah, man. Uh, so yeah, it was definitely it was an interesting time, but it's not really a time you hear about a whole lot, even in Falcons history. Obviously, you know, you hear a lot about obviously, the 98 team. You hear about the Michael Vick years, obviously the Matt Ryan years. Um, but really kind of before that, man. Obviously, you hear about 1980, but you don't hear a lot about the Gritz Blitz. And I think that, actually, man, to be honest with you, is it's honestly kind of a shame when you think about it. Uh, OG, you up in here?
Yeah, I'm here. What's
All
up?
right. What's going on, man? Hey, I want to ask you a question. What was it like,
All
man?
right.
Just what was it? What do you got to say about the Gritz Blitz?
Well, in my case, I mean the Gritz Blitz when it came out, man, it was like a how can I say this? Because we didn't have a good offense, and we really didn't have a good team. Um, it was just just the violence of the game. We did a lot of pressure and lot of but I think we had 20 something interceptions, 20 something fumbles, and back then the sacks wasn't record wise being recorded. But I'm pretty sure, and when they was playing like 14 games, I'm thinking, and um, they probably had over 40 sacks. That'd be unofficial. But I mean, it was an exciting time. Um, the team was, the team wasn't even well. It was what 77, so it was like 10 years old, going on 11 years. That was 11th season, pretty much. And the Atlanta wasn't, and they was in a different division too. So they played some tough teams. There was very low scoring games, so it was a typical game, like you said earlier, man. It was other defenses that were known powerhouse defenses, but it was very unexpected from the Falcons. And I guess because of just the way our seasons were going, and in the division that we was in, um, even though it was a very dominating season, it wasn't really, it was taken lightly. And I think to this day, that defense is statistically is probably one of the best well kept secrets in the history of the NFL.
Mm.
But that's just my opinion, man. You don't really hear them come up. You don't really hear the Gritz Blitz itself come up, in conversations and when they start talking about defenses. And I know they're talking, people use the word consistency or, you know,
So
um,
let so
what did they
all
do
right.
before that?
Let me ask you a question though. We're talking about this Gritz Blitz defense. Are we just talking about a defense, that you know it was just obviously just one of the best in the league at its time? Or are we talking about a defense that rivaled the great defenses like the 2000 Ravens, the 85 Bears, the Steel Curtain? Like what are we talking about with the Gritz Blitz?
I mean, we're talking about a defense that dominated defensively, dominated every opponent that season. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they was in that, like I said, it was in. They played of course, they played the Saints, the Rams, the Redskins, 49ers, Packers, Vikings, Bears, Cardinals, St. Louis Cardinals. So you don't know nothing about that. But St. Louis Cardinals was rock'em sock'em too. You had the Lions, Seahawks, the old Seahawks before the 12th man, the Giants and the Eagles. Now you think about all those teams and what you know about their pedigree, and you just think about the Gritz Blitz in 14 games only allowed like 120 something points in those 14 games, bro. But
Mm.
roughly 9 points a game, nine something a game, less than 10 points a game, 26 interceptions. And I'm gonna give you and 22 forced fumbles or whatever, fumble recoveries or whatever. But I'm gonna give you something that a lot of people they ride this guy, but they not giving the Gritz Blitz any credit. But the Gritz Blitz was the formula for Buddy Ryan's 46, 46, whatever it is. But that's pretty much where it came from.
Mm.
And you probably never heard that before.
No, I didn't. I never knew that.
But that's where he got it from. He got, that's just like, and there's no snub to him. What he did was he perfected a organized chaos. And that's pretty much what the Grit Blitz was. It was organized chaos, man. It was just crazy. Um, can you imagine putting 8 guys on the line? You just think about that. Of course, you couldn't do it now.
There's actually, I do want to say, this is what I do know. There is one image actually of the Gritz Blitz. Cowboy, what's going on, brother?
Hey, what's
Oh
happening?
boy,
What's
There is
happening?
an
Y'all hear me?
image. Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
there is an image actually at one time, man. The Gritz Blitz up on the line. They're bringing 10 guys up to the line.
that's right. That's what I'm saying. That's organized chaos, man. You don't know what to do, and you probably had one or two names that you could, that's well known from it. Claude was one of them. But it was just crazy, man. And everybody, and they was ball hawks too. They attacked the ball. Of course, they could tackle different. Um, the rules were different. Of course, the play was different. But overall, man, and I don't know if Cowboy heard me this, and I'm gonna say it again. I think the Gritz Blitz is probably one of the best well kept secrets of great defenses in the history of the NFL
I
for one
believe.
season.
Yeah, yeah.
Did
What?
you,
What?
Cowboy? Did you ever get to see him play?
I never got the song play, sadly say. And that's the
I didn't
same
either.
year I actually became a fan. And and you already touched on it, man. I think the Grits Blitz. Uh, I'm gonna go a step further and say, y'all got to excuse me too. I'm on the phone in my car. These folks holding me up, there, man. I thought the whole idea was to hold on a second, y'all. All right, appreciate it. Yeah, I thought the whole idea of putting in a call-in order was to have it ready before you got there. But obviously, depending on who running the store and all. Hold
I
on,
found it out too, bro.
hold
Shoot,
on.
man. Hey,
Hey,
also, they ain't making excuses for these people. But it's a Sunday night too, so.
hey, man, y'all hold on, man. They even brought me the wrong order out, man. Give me a
Oh my.
second.
Yeah, you got to go get that shit handled.
Hey, I think they brought me the car next to me order. I'll be mad as fuck, but give me a second, y'all.
Hey, look, but look, man. It's kind of that talking about that right there, man. When you at work, man, I don't care if it's Sunday night, Wednesday morning. No excuses, man. You're supposed to be locked in and focused
Well,
on your task. And
now,
and, and go ahead.
now, I was going to let you finish, but I wanted to ask this about the Gritz Blitz. Going back to that,
Okay.
what was the cause of the downfall of the Gritz Blitz? Why couldn't it be sustained?
Because that's why they called it professional football. It was gonna get figured out. It's gonna get figured out. And they went 7-7 that season, so um they would have been figured out. And let me see.
So you talking about, okay, the Atlanta Falcons had one of the greatest defenses of all time, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
One of the great, and they could only go 500 with one of the greatest defenses of all time.
Yeah, because your offense wasn't putting up no points.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, the Atlanta. This is another example in the historic failure, the extraordinary disappointment that's known as the Atlanta Falcons. Y'all continue.
You know,
Yeah,
that's why
go ahead.
that's why it was so important that we got things changed here in Atlanta when it comes to not only the culture but the team ownership. And I can't believe a lot of people are still even complaining about Arthur Blank as much as what he's already done. But if they had experienced what the Rankin Smith brothers were to the Atlanta Falcons, oh, they would praise and appreciate Arthur Blank. I think the Rankin Smith brothers was just a means for them to uh, have bragging rights as a team owner, be able to sit at the big boy table, and they were just rich boys running around playing with toys. So when we had the Gritz Blitz, the one thing that they did not do, and they did Mr. Steve Barkowski, our quarterback, such a disservice, right? We had the Gritz Blitz, and all we had to do was fortify that offensive line. We had one guy on that offensive line, and that was nowhere near enough for how defenses were playing back then. Because we still had the steel curtain. You had the Miami Dolphins defense, the no-name defense in Dallas, the Orange Men. You had all these defenses, Jets, the Eagles, the Raiders. You had all these defenses that we did not prepare for, that we had to continue to play. And they really counted on the defense carrying this team, which was nowhere near enough. They did not want to spend money on the team at all. I mean, none. They really didn't want to spend money on Steve Barkowski, but they didn't have a choice because Steve Barkowski was the original golden boy of Georgia, of Atlanta. So they had to pay him. And when he got hurt, they kind of like just threw their arms up in the air and were like, "Oh man." It was kind of like what Petrino did when he came here, and then Michael Vick got into that trouble, and then he just gave up. He was like, "Oh no, I can't have that." They just gave up on the team. So, but like Dolph, I'm finna call you Dolph. I'm sorry, so sorry. 330 was touching on earlier. Uh, he said it was one of the defenses, one of the most prolific defenses back then. I'm gonna go a step further. If you look at the numbers, you look at the way we played, who we had on the field, we were by far, and it wasn't even close, the best defense in the NFL. And the only reason we didn't get that notoriety is because we didn't do what we were supposed to do on the other side of the ball. That's just the way I see it. I think if we had been winning games and have that defense, oh man, we would be talking about that team like we talking about the 2016 team or the Super Bowl team or the 2018 that we had here in Atlanta. We will forget about all what has happened up until now. We will be still talking about that 1978, 79, 80 team by far. I think Glanville was like the best coaching hire that we've ever had here. Now, I'm not talking about Mike Smith, what he did. Look, I appreciate what he did. But when Jerry Glanville came to Atlanta, he not only brought the defense, he not only brought the culture, he not only brought the swag, but he brought Atlanta's defense.
And correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't Jerry Glanville a part of that Gritz Blitz?
Oh, he was the creator of that Gritz Blitz. He was the creator. He's the one that brought the Gritz Blitz to Atlanta.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. But he wasn't the head coach then, though. He was the defensive coordinator.
What? Hold on. Wait a minute. So hold on. And maybe I'm just reaching here. Are you saying, Cowboy, that the Atlanta Falcons actually dug into the history books and thought Raheem Morris could be Jerry Glanville?
Oh my goodness. You know what? I would tell you why they went with Raheem, man. And look, I'm going to be man enough to say it. I bought in on Raheem too, right?
It's just a question, though.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean, they banked on Raheem familiarity with Atlanta, the culture he has with he had with the players, the and hopefully he had by that time he had picked up enough experience to come in and be a sustainable head coach. That's what they were banking on because he went down to Tampa. He got a little bit of coaching experience there under great leadership. And then he went to Los Angeles Rams under even better leadership, won down there. So they might have said, okay, he have enough experience. Let's bring in Raheem. Lo and behold, Raheem was just riding the coattail all along. So, I mean, whether or not they went back in history and say, okay, maybe we can relive that. Maybe not. It kind of backfired, obviously, but maybe they did go back in history and tear a page out from back then. Maybe we doing it. Maybe we redoing it again with Jeff Albrecht, because Jeff Albrecht is bringing a great defense here. In my opinion, they're going to be just as good. I'm not going to say they're going to do the numbers that the Gritz Blitz has done, but they're going to be just as impactful and dominant.
Hold on. Check this out. Check this out.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Ulbricht's defense set the all-time sacks record. Statistically,
Yeah.
was actually better numbers-wise than the Gritz
Right.
Blitz.
Right. Well, the difference is the Gritz
14
Blitz did it.
games.
They did it in every category. They got the interceptions. They got the sacks. They stopped the runs. They got the pressure on the quarterback. That Gritz Blitz was unbelievable. Unbelievable. The NFL was not ready for the Gritz Blitz at all. At all. Wasn't even close.
Come on, tell you still got to put my man off the legs. I ain't telling me to come I'm not a cook. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, but I put the order in before I even got here, man.
Fucking 30 minutes. Like, what are y'all doing, babe?
Hey, let me get back on with y'all, man. Give me a minute.
All right.
Yeah.
But see, here's the thing, man. The Gritz Blitz was it was a watered down, in my opinion, 46 defense. And the concept went from the Falcons and the Bears picked it up with the 46, whatever you want to call it. So of course that was in the 80s, I guess, around in the 80s. But that's why they say the saying is offense win games, defense win championships. So if you don't have good offense, scoring offenses, that throws your whole game off. Because whether and it's just a concept that I had when I used to, I did a little coaching in the city league. So, it wasn't no college or nothing, but it's coaching all the same. You have to have a strategy. And my thing was I would score and I would expect for the other team after a certain amount of points that I'm ahead to change their defense. They would have to play their defense different, and it would also make them have to play different on their offense. So people that come in with schemes and all the team, even with these pros, if they coming in with the schemes and your defense is just pounding them and pounding them, but yet their offense is not scoring. And if you go back and look at your experience with the Falcons and just watching football altogether, when there was a bad offensive game, the only time that you can think about it was when Flacco and the Ravens won the championship, and Ray Lewis told him, just don't turn the ball over, man. We'll win this game. Because he knew what he had. But I'm saying all that to say this. The Gritz Blitz, again, the best well-kept secret in the NFL history. And the reason why it's such a great well-kept secret is because you can't add anything to it. You can't add outside of the defensive stats, you can't add no playoff run. You can't add any really standout players, and partially because of the way they did stats back then. So Bartkowski was that guy. Bartkowski was the guy, and that was it. Bartkowski and the Gritz Blitz. That was the Atlanta Falcons back then, and I was a teenager at the time, so that's what we knew. And
Uh,
just to show you my connection to the Gritz Blitz, my fantasy football team, and I've been playing for, I might have been playing over 15 years, probably longer than that. The name of my team is the Gritz Blitz. So that's my homage to that defense, the Gritz Blitz. That's my fantasy football name, team's name. So
Absolutely. Hey, look, y'all make
yeah.
sure y'all hit that link. CPG, you gotta ask, why does the title say S&T if it's a Sunday Night Live? These are Sunday Night Throwbacks. You should know that if you've been watching. Ron, what's going on? Ron says Jerry said Elvis was coming in to see Atlanta back then.
Yeah, he did
Ron,
used to mess with his
Ron,
blood like that.
Ron, make sure you make sure you tap that link. CPG, make sure you tap that link, man. It's called Sunday Night Throwbacks. I know
What do you think he thought the T stood for?
I don't know what he thought the T stood for. I mean, shoot, we got 30 years more history go by than the Panthers do, though. So,
Oh,
but he's essentially seen the Panthers' entire history too. So
exactly. So that's a good thing. Well, they could still do some throwbacks, but not like,
we
I guess
can
I guess it'd be similar, just in
ain't
different
ain't
time zones.
ain't no best kept secret like the Gritz Blitz. But look, y'all hit that link though.
But like I said, man, a lot of things sprung off of that defense, man. Like I said, Buddy Ryan went on to, um, develop his career from that, which was cool. He calmed the chaos down a little bit, but at the same time, that's what he did. And that's just what they call it. They said Buddy Ryan, and I guess they giving Jerry Glanville and that defensive staff, some credit. Got their fingerprints on that Buddy Ryan Chicago Bear defense. So, but it was just sad, man, that you couldn't win a game where the other team scored 10 points. You only scored one touchdown. You couldn't get no field goals. And like Cowboys said, them guys were not putting no money in to build a team. That's what that is. And I think that, now that we're talking about this, not trying to come up to date too much, but because of a lot of things that have happened in the past for the Falcons. Maybe the evolving of the Falcons is just taking longer than anticipated, man. You know, it might be easy for us to say that, Mr. Blankton had time to clean his team up or whatever, but who knows, man? Who knows? Sometimes you have what they call generational curses, man, and it takes a lot to get up from under them. So hopefully that's what we got here. We got a solution to the problem, from having dominating offenses and can't win the big one, to having such a dominating defense like the Gritz Blitz and couldn't even make the playoffs. So
Yeah, man.
I'm glad you looking at the past, because sometimes you look at the past and say, well, at least we doing better than we was.
I don't know how much better though. Shit.
Hey, man, evolution is a slow word. Evolving is a slow word. But we've had good opportunities though, man. As a franchise, man, we've had, when Mr. Blank came in and took the team over, man, um, he kind of walked into a okay situation with with the team, but him not knowing football as well as he knows, I'm gonna say soccer, or knows the business side of everything, probably was a hindrance too. And you got to admit now that when you go in, if you buy into a business and you put your money in it and your reputation at stake at the beginning, you're going to take a lot of your concepts and your ideas and you're going to push them forward and try to make them work. Would you not?
Oh yeah.
So, let's you have to look at that too. You have to look at and say, well, you know what? This man spent his money. He invested in the Falcons, and he tried to instill his principles and the way that he does business, and hope that it would spill over into this sports thing that he's doing, that he got into, and thought it might work, because then he brought in McKay, so which was he's a true businessman. So maybe we got a defense now that'll emulate somewhat the Gritz Blitz. But if they play 4 more games, if we play 4 more games, or we got 4 more games in the season, and what we got, 57 last season interceptions.
57
What?
sacks. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, 57 sacks. Okay. 57 sacks. How many interceptions, you know?
I'd have to look it up.
And see that's what I'm talking about. Like Cowboy said, all of the stats, man, pointed to the Gritz Blitz, man. All of the stats pointed to the Gritz Blitz. Stats, I mean, sacks,
I don't think
probably
we
sacks,
we might have been middle of the pack in interceptions.
26.
26 interceptions? No, I don't. Not that many. Maybe
That's
like
how many we
12
had.
for with a Gritz Blitz.
26.
Mm.
Look it up. I might be wrong. Look it up. And I think 20 something fumble recoveries or something. Look it up.
Right. Hey man, look, y'all hit that link. We got a good conversation going. Ron, man. See, Ron, get up in here, man.
48 turnovers, big dog.
On Gritz Blitz.
48 turnovers, big dog. 26 interceptions and 22 fumble recoveries.
See, that's almost
We ain't
stuff
even talking about how many recoveries.
you don't, man. Shoot, that's shoot. That's almost not even heard of, man.
They only allowed 9 touchdowns passing.
And you talk about all we could do was muster up 7 wins.
That's all we could do, man, because we won't put up no points. Yep. And in 7 of those games, they held them guys to 7 points or less. Ron, what's up, man?
What's up?
CPG.
What's up?
What's up, man? Man, we talking about this 1977 Gritz Blitz. I don't know who's up here other than me, old enough to remember that.
Not me.
Hey, you teaching me something. That's before my time.
That'd be way before my time.
Yeah, well, you guys,
See,
but
that's
you guys
before
know
your
football,
team's time,
so.
CPG.
Yeah, my team didn't even exist back then.
No, man. Shoot. I was in 77, I was coming up to North Carolina then. I was leaving Georgia. But check this out. Can you guys imagine this? It's only 14 game season.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? All right. Give y'all some stats. In 14 games, they only allowed a total of 129 points in 14 games. 9.2 points per game. In 14 games, they only allowed 3,242 yards. Passing yards they allowed 1,500 yards for 14 games. So them quarterbacks didn't do nothing against Falcons in the air.
What?
So they averaged like giving up 3 field goals a game, more or less.
Pretty much. Passing touchdowns. They only allowed 9 passing touchdowns in 14 games.
Mm.
The defensive passer rating was 37.4. That was the NFL best. Lowest scoring, they held opponents to 7 points or less in 7 of the 14 games.
Mm-mm.
Now, can you imagine a defense that's stifling, but then you got an offense that can't top that? We ended up 500 that season.
But still, a while back you said back then the owner did not want to spend no money.
He didn't want to build a team. He didn't build a team. He only thing he did was went and got Bartkowski.
Right. So that was a big problem back then for a long time because we had the wrong people in the front office. We had the wrong people in the front office that did not know what the fuck they were doing back then.
And you had bad owners too.
Right. So you got bad owners that don't know nothing about football and just invest their money into something but don't know nothing about it.
That's what they did. That's what it looked like they did. Yeah. They brought that franchise down. Atlanta, they bought into a new hot market,
right,
in Georgia.
But again, if I was going to invest my money into the NFL to buy a team, I want somebody to teach me the game. Well, and to me, Rich McKay did not teach nobody the game, to be honest.
Man, them guys were it was a money thing, man.
Right.
Just in my opinion, man. It was just an investment. You know, it was, it was tough times back then, man. Um, it was a different. Don't put it like this. It was different times back then, man.
Right.
And you know,
I mean, I understand that, but still, somebody got to tell the owner back then, look, you messing up. Go bring in somebody to teach you the game of football. Point blank. To teach you the right way that the NFL is. I'm not finna spend how much money to buy a team and just listen to the wrong people and don't get nowhere.
well, one of the things back in those days, man, that was a Achilles heel to a lot of people that had money. Those were the times when people that had the money thought they had the smarts with it.
I mean,
So
you might got the money, but you don't got the smarts.
Oh, that time ain't over. That was David Tepper the first several years of him being the Panthers owner.
Right.
exactly,
And I,
exactly.
I was like, bro, you have never played a snap of football in your life. If you don't let the people who know football do their
That's my
job,
point. That's my point right there.
See that? Well, I don't know.
our
I thought
our
I had
our old owner, the founder of the team, actually played in the NFL on the Baltimore Colts, so he knew the business and the football side.
Right.
but that's what I was saying. A lot of times, people come in and they had the money and they want to um put their stamp on the new organization or whatever they're into. They want to put their own stamp on it. But like Ron said, you're supposed to come in. If you don't know, you're supposed to get some people that know.
Right.
And
Some
you supposed to
people
say,
that been around the NFL, that been around a long time, that know the business, that know how you put together a good team, how to win a team.
Yeah,
Back
just because
then,
you're a good businessman don't mean you know anything about
right.
football.
Back then, I could not stand Jerry Glanville to save my life. My dad used to take me to those games. When I became 5 years old, I started going to the games. And Jerry Glanville back then. Oh, I'm leaving 2 tickets at the front door for Evans. Motherfucker, you sit your ass down somewhere. What about the damn game? Oh, I just seen Evans coming to see the Atlanta Falcons.
yeah, that was a good joke of his, boy. They had the bro. They said, yeah, Elvis will be here.
Right. I'm like, my dad told me, Ron, this motherfucker don't know what the fuck he doing. My dad used to be in security working for the Falcons that
Oh,
then.
okay.
So I seen the inside and I see behind the scenes how everything went. My dad used to tell me all the time, if we don't fire him, somebody gonna end up whooping his ass. Real talk, off the street, real talk, because he off, or like the fans, he pissed off a lot of fans back then. They really wanted to hurt that man.
But how was Jerry Glanville taught it as such a great uh football mind?
How he was, what?
He was known. I said touted. He was known as a great football mind.
You know how you to be known as a football mom, but not known talking to people, like being really cool with people.
I get what you're saying. He's saying like you could know football, but you're not
Right,
really a leader or a people
right.
person.
You're not leader as men.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not no friendly person, somebody to walk up to you. Hey, how you doing? He be cussing out people. They don't tell you that in
No,
the
they don't.
documentary. In that 30 documentary, they don't tell you Glanville used to cuss out the fans.
Never heard that.
Yeah, they don't tell you that. I seen behind the scenes.
Right. Hmm.
They don't tell you he almost got his ass with a couple of times about these fans because he was talking to them dirty. Yeah, they don't tell you that part.
But that's like every job out here in the world, man. Not
Right,
everybody is a good leader.
right,
Some people get put in leadership positions who
right,
couldn't lead a bag of chips.
right. Thank you. They don't tell you Deion Sanders almost slapped the shit out of Jerry Glanville. They don't tell you that part.
I could believe that. Yeah, I could believe that now. Because if he was
Especially
rough
back
like
then.
that, then yeah, him and Dion had some words.
Right, Deion had some word to him. Deion told him, "Motherfucker, I'm not your child. You're not gonna be talking to me like this." They don't tell you that much on TV.
Nah, they never mentioned that. They had him perceived as a
Right?
go lucky guy.
No.
And Dion ain't never been one to hold his tongue.
Right. What Matamo used to do? No.
Right.
No. Dion almost got rid of him a couple of times. They don't tell you that.
Well, I wonder if that's one of the reasons why they didn't want to pay Dion when his contract came up.
No, they just were cheap. I don't keep it 100 with y'all. They were cheap back then. That thing, whatever Dion did and he left, they could replace Dion.
So they were shopping with food stamps back then, is
Right.
what you were saying.
Right. The paper time back then. Yeah.
Yeah, had the paper book. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy,
They
man.
were
That's
cheap.
back when you could buy the best roster in the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah. They were cheap back then. My dad used to come home and tell me, "Run, these some cheap motherfuckers." My dad, yeah.
Yeah. I'm learning something tonight.
My dad cuts out Jerry Glanville his damn self.
Oh shit, really?
Yes.
Man, tell us about that.
My dad, when you do security, when everybody leave the stadium, you supposed to go into every bathroom, make sure nobody in there, everybody gone. My dad went in the bathroom, and Jerry was in there. And my dad said, "Anybody in here?" Jerry did not say nothing. So my dad walked all the way in there. And my dad said, "Anybody in here? If you're not, I'm going to lock the damn door." Jerry did not say nothing.
He about to lock that motherfucker in there.
Right. Jerry came out. Well, my dad was almost putting the key in the lock. And Jerry was like, "Who the fuck locking the door?" My dad opened up the door, was like, "It's me, motherfucker. What do you want to do?"
But I ain't know that.
Yeah.
Playing deaf and
Like
dumb.
Yeah, they don't tell you Jerry Glanville. Yeah. They don't tell you everything about the motherfucker. They just tell you little pieces. Oh, he was good for the team. He was this. He was making fun. Talk about Evans was coming to see. They don't tell you about the other part a lot of people almost got into his ass. No, did it? I was there. I seen a lot of shit went down with him personally.
But
I
then,
believe it.
well, let me ask you this right here. Then, since we talking about Jerry Glanville now, so Jerry Glanville, he must have changed a little bit then, because the number one thing that I remember about this guy, he changed. He brought the swagger, and this is my opinion.
But
He brought the swagger to the Falcons, man.
But to be honest, Deion did that. Deion brought NC Hammer. Deion brought all the Holyfield on the sideline. Deion did that.
But he allowed it to happen though.
Right. But he took the credit.
He allowed it to happen. He did
Right.
it back in black.
Right.
You know
he
what I'm
did
saying?
That.
He did it
He
back
did
in
that.
Yeah.
But
so that was the swagger.
Right. But different people, famous people on the sideline, 9 times 10, Deion Sanders did that. Ham over there, Holyfield was there. They all came to see Deion.
Yeah. But like I said, man,
he did.
This cat, man, you know, he just, to me, this is when really.
Right.
And I'm gonna stand on it, man. You know, hey, I'm gonna go with the good memories, man. But to me, man, there was some good times, even though we wasn't hitting on 2 cents. You know, he was on the sideline. He was all in black with his cowboy boots on, the cowboy hat, the black shade, the rodeo buckle. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then hip hop came to the sidelines.
Right.
So, to me, that was some of the swagger that came with it, however it got there.
Right. I mean, I just had to go by what I seen.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I seen it personally. I seen stuff that a child should not be seeing from the head coach. You see what I'm saying? Behind the scenes.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I seen that.
Right.
So I seen a lot of stuff because my pops. I mean, I just going by what I seen, what I know.
So, with his thumbprint on the Gritz Blitz, was that because you thinking they didn't have an answer of what kind of defense that they needed to run, and they just said, "Man, we just gonna rush. We just gonna rush the. We gonna get in the backfield and we just gonna make it happen."
Basically, yeah.
And it turned into a one-hit wonder.
Right. See, every year, if you look at every year, if you want to get better, you will spend money, right? If you a head coach or an owner, you would go out and spend money. But then, the owner did not want to spend no money. So you might well say we had working at Walmart on third shift. We had people working at the grocery stores, night shift, because they did not want to really spend no money like that. They think they use duct tape and all that to put it together. And it will work out. No, you gotta spend money to get this thing where you trying to go. What you trying to build? They ain't want to do that back then.
Either you got to spend the money or you got to have some serious scouts out
Right. We do not have
there.
no scouts.
Go find that talent.
I
Right.
bet if they knew the salary cap era was coming, they probably would have spent that money.
Right. But back then, we did not have no scouts. Back then. Not like that.
No, because you're right about that, because you cannot really, in the 70s, there were no big splashes really made with the Falcons as far as going out there getting those heavy hitters like that.
Right.
You know, you ran into players that they brought in that made a way for themselves, but initially, you know, a lot of those players, man, they didn't know that them guys were going to have the career that they would have, you know,
Right.
when they came to the Falcons. So yeah, I gotta agree with that, man. They didn't spend the money.
I mean,
And again, like CPG just said, if they had known that salary cap was coming, maybe that's what they would have did. But
I think a lot of teams would have probably been trying to spend money if they'd known the salary cap was coming.
If you look back then, who all was good back then? The 49ers, Dallas, well, in the 80s, 90s,
Steelers, Cowboys,
Right.
49ers, yeah.
Bears.
If you look back then, a lot of those teams spent money back then. Not Atlanta.
Damn sure not Tampa.
Tampa was a joke back then.
I know, they're like first couple years, they didn't even win a game.
Right.
And the crazy thing about it was in the NFC West, man, with the Rams, the Saints, and the 49ers.
Mm-hmm.
And you mean tell me you didn't think you needed to go out there and spend some money? You got them 49ers coming to town? You got them 49ers coming to town, man. You had to get right.
Right. The 49ers were like the boogeyman back then.
They were the boogeyman.
The boogeyman, Freddie, Jason, Michael Myers, all up in one. The 49ers wasn't no joke back then. The Cowboys, to tell you.
I always love pissing Niners fans off, telling them the Panthers won the NFC West in 1996.
The 49ers, that wasn't no joke back then.
What's that? I'm back, man. I'm back.
Yeah,
You didn't get enough trouble, did you?
No, man. I lost a little bit of my voice and all, but look, I had to calm down a little bit before I got back on here.
Yeah. I heard the kid was kind of coming off a little bit, you know, like
yeah.
And you ain't got to talk to him like that.
No. I don't do that no more.
Oh, we heard you say the F word. You have to cuss them out.
Yeah, but I ain't want to take it out on him. Yeah. But I didn't want to take it out on him.
What were you doing anyway? Picking up some food or some groceries or what?
I think I'm picking up some food.
Listen, I didn't literally want to cuss him out. You know what I mean? My version of cussing out these days is just getting heated. But I've been trying to stop cursing since '93. I'm a Navy guy, so I've been trying to stop cursing, especially since my first son was born. I've been working on curtailing the curse words that come out of my mouth. But yeah, man, I didn't want to take it out on the kid. That's why I went straight to the manager, man, and you know, even I'm still not done with it, because I mean, you talking about almost an hour. I think I had put that order in at like 8:45. Here it is, almost 10, and I'm just not getting back to the house. So, and I think it's like maybe a 7-minute drive up there. So yeah, man. But I don't want to get into that, man. I want to talk about my boys, the infamous Gritz Blitz. Yeah, man. Let me get back on good times.
What
else, CBG? Ron, what's happening with y'all,
What's
man?
up, man? Who was good back then? On both sides.
That's one thing I wanted to talk about, say too, about that Gritz Blitz. Although we had a couple of names on there that were notable, there was only one real guy that we really knew was going to perform, and that was Claude Humphrey. Everybody else was built like the way this defense is.
Ghost Together, what's going on? What's going on? Hope you had a good fourth as well.
Names, a bunch of no names, because we still got Jesse Bates, AJ Terrell, and all that. But when it came to the Gritz Blitz, there was one really known guy, and that was Claude Humphrey. And they built around him. What did that team in was the lack of production on the offensive side of the ball.
Cowboys.
And go ahead.
What teams were really good back then?
Oh, you know what? And 330 touched on this earlier too. Football was different back then, right? Because really, any team you went to play, you knew you had to bring your plate, right? Because everybody was going to make you eat. Even when the sorry Saints, even the sorry Saints, you know, man, you had to go play them. You didn't know which Saints team was going to show up. But every team just about had a defense, at least. It had a defense. Now, back then, you had the Bengals, you had the Miami Dolphins, the Steelers, the Raiders, the Jets, Eagles, 49ers. All those guys had defense, and the defense was so good that they actually had nicknames, like we had with the Gritz Blitz. So, but we was that team that nobody actually wanted to come play. Between 77 and 80, we were that team, man. Nobody wanted to play us because they were, man, and them Falcons beat us up. They may lose a game, but we're gonna lose. We're gonna lose the war too, because man, the Falcons will beat up some teams, and we were one that would ruin some hopes too, some playoff hopes. But man, I tell you, and it's like I was telling Dolph Jackson and the Come On In Sports Network on their podcast, like that was that team by far, and it was not even close. When it comes to that defense, we were number one in the league, hands down. I mean, when you take the stats, the overall production, we were number one. We were number one. You see, the thing is about the Steelers, that steel curtain, yeah, they were good, but you could pass on that team. If you tried to run the ball against the Steelers, or you held onto that ball too long, the Steelers were gonna come get you.
Right.
That Falcons defense, they got the interceptions, they got the sacks, they got the quarterback pressure, they got the tackles behind the line of scrimmage, they got the run stoppage. They did it all. And Jerry Glanville, you remember in the movie Remember the Titans? When Coach Yoke said, "Don't let them gain another yard." That's the mentality that Jerry Glanville put out there to them guys. They better not score. They better not. If they score, I'm gonna take you out. And he did that. That movie was before his time. And Jerry Glanville was that guy. Man, I'm telling you. People say Dion did what he did as far as establishing the culture here. But Jerry Glanville was that guy. Jerry Glanville brought the culture. He brought his big belt buckle, his black cowboy boots, his Harley Davidson. Well, no, I think he was riding the Kawasaki. No, yeah.
And he brought in, he said Evans was coming to see the Falcons.
Yeah.
Oh, I gonna leave 2 tickets at the front, so Evans, motherfucker, you don't sit your ass down.
That was one of the things, man. I never got a chance to see them play. They just happened to come around that year. At that time, I wasn't buying my own tickets. I wasn't on the coattail of somebody else going into the games. My benefit of going to the games at that time was through the boys club, you know. And I think it was I don't know if it was Billy White Shoes Johnson or I forgot who the other. Or I don't think it was Claude. It was somebody else that were giving tickets like to the Boys Clubs of America programs in the inner cities or something like that through the PAL League or whatever. But yeah, we were getting those tickets, man, and I got. And fortunately, I was a recipient of that, and not knowing I would become the fan I am today, though. You know, but I could imagine watching the Gritz Blitz outside of being there to. I mean, not outside of what you see on TV, but being there in the actual stadium to see them in Fulton County Stadium, seeing them play. You know what I mean? That would be something crazy. That would have been something crazy. But hey, CPG, you got I got a proposal to you too. Once we get off of air, too. I just thought about something.
I was gonna tell y'all the quickest way to make a 49ers and Rams fan mad, tell them 3/4 of the NFC South has won the NFC West.
Yeah, true that.
And they was letting a sorry ass Saints win the West back then.
Or you did tell the Rams fan, we beat y'all so bad, y'all fire y'all head coach.
Yeah.
David, I mean, what the head coach? The mustache? What that man name?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Jeff Fisher?
Yeah, they signed him, and after we beat their ass, they fired him.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like after we beat Miami last year, I knew McDaniel was getting fired.
Oh yeah. Like I said, we've always been that team that could manage to ruin either careers, ruin people's hopes.
There's a lot of weird similarities between the Panthers and Falcons. I call the I-85 curse the fact that we've both lost to the Broncos and Patriots in the Super Bowl.
That's true.
I call it the I-85 curse. Till one of us wins a damn championship.
Right. Yeah. But hey, look, this defense that we have today, on paper right now, it looks like, and I said this earlier, I don't think we're gonna do Gritz Blitz numbers. I don't think any team ever will. That was, even with the way the game is played today, which is a lot softer. No team is ever going to touch, or no defense, let's put it like that. No defense is ever going to touch what the Gritz Blitz did.
Oh, they damn sure won't, because you ain't even barely allowed to play defense today.
Yeah, true that. Because I was telling these young guys like my son and them, like, we talking about people like Aaron Donald and J.J. Watts. I think y'all haven't seen nothing until you have seen the likes of Lyle Alzado, seen the likes of Mark Gastineau. Them guys come off the edge. Them guys wore mullets. Them guys wore mullets. Yeah, look, and like it was, they had the reputation of like what the Samoan guys have now in the NFL. But those guys were mean. Them guys were mean. That's like when people ask me who my favorite defensive player was, it's hard because there were so many that you could pick from. You know, like I'm a defensive guy. I was an edge rusher / defensive end / defensive tackle. I played anywhere on the defensive line and linebacker, right? And so when I see guys like Lyle Alzado, Mark Gastineau, LT, you know, when I see guys like that play, man, I damn near get butt naked.
Hey,
I enjoy seeing that play, man. I mean, and that's why it's so hard. That's why when you ask me about players today, who they could compare to in the NFL, I gotta leave people like Lawrence Taylor, Ray Lewis, Claude Humphreys, Lyle Alzado, like I said, Mark Gass. I got to leave them guys off the radar because if I was to compare the guys today to them, they will beat. I mean, you couldn't do it because none could stand up to what they did. And I mean, yeah, James Pierce Jr. had a great year last season, but this is the season right here, year 2, the sophomore. Every player have a sophomore slump. They have that year where it's like, okay, they excel, and then the next following year, you're like, what in the world? But if James Pierce Jr. could replicate what he did last season, oh man, somebody's in trouble. And if he take anything about what we were saying, or I'm gonna say like what I was saying personally, he's gonna take it out on somebody.
He needs to.
Myles Garrett is different. Myles Garrett different. Myles Garrett probably could have played back in the days. He still got that mean streak. Aaron Donald got that mean streak. J.J. Watt got that mean streak. And every defensive end edge rusher don't have that. They got the size to play that position, but they don't have that mentality.
That dog.
Yeah, that dog in them. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. That dog. It takes a special player to play like back in the day. You had to have that. You were willing to hurt yourself trying to do your job. Bar none.
I really think Jalen Walker got that dog in him.
He's gonna get unleashed.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna get unleashed.
I can't wait too.
But don't he play some linebacker?
He
played both. See, Jalen is a technical guy. He's a technical guy. He's gonna use his speed. He's gonna use his smart because he is smart. And
went to Georgia.
Like last season, I think he got held back a little bit because of what James Pierce Jr. and Caden Ellis and Divine Beavolo was doing. But he's going to be relied upon this year.
Caden gone, so they're gonna have to utilize him.
Exactly.
Do you think they're gonna put them? Do you think they're gonna have them on the field at the same time, playing bookends?
They got to have Jalen Walker on the field. If you don't have Jalen Walker on the field, you're not using him like you're supposed to. You didn't. Even with James Pierce Jr., I wouldn't exactly use him as bookends. I'll leave James Pierce Jr. where he's at the edge rusher and put Jalen Walker like they used him over in Georgia. He played a lot of linebacker in Georgia. He played that Swiss Army knife type guy. He was that guy that they had to account for on the field. You didn't know where he was lining up at. And the Falcons got to use him just like that. If they don't, they mess him. And I don't see Jeff Ulbrich, not paying attention to that. Jalen Walker excelled at that, being that guy. Hey, if he called a play where it calls for him to be at linebacker, edge rusher, he's gonna be that guy. Like Caden Ellis was doing.
I got to tell CPG, thank you for not drafting Jalen Walker.
Oh yeah, I know, right?
Thank you. And y'all got the wide receiver.
One thing about it though, Carolina has always built their pedigree has been the defense. You start, even going back to Julius Peppers.
Yeah. Pretty much our whole history is defense and run the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Julius
Peppers, Luke Kuechly.
He was nasty back then, huh?
Man, even back in the day when we had Mike Minner and hell, man, we had Chris Gamble for a long time. I know y'all remember Chris Gamble.
Yeah.
I can sit here and name a lot of them.
Kuechly retired.
Man,
that guy was a thorn.
Man.
I'd never let Saints fans forget that game in 2013 where Luke had 26 tackles on the Saints.
Yeah,
Damn, that much?
That's crazy.
Yeah, man. Luke Kuechly was a precision linebacker, man. This guy was, I'm gonna say he was 1 point from being perfect.
Yeah.
This cat, man, I hated to play them Panthers with this guy. Him and what was the other linebacker? Davis.
Thomas Davis.
Davis. Yeah.
Man,
Another
those guys
Georgia
played so
fan.
good together.
Georgia Bulldog. Thomas
Those
Davis.
guys
Another
played
Georgia
so
guy.
good together, man. You know, if Luke Kuechly plugged the hole, Davis made the tackle.
Yeah.
And vice versa, man. Them
Oh,
guys
Thomas
played so
Davis
good.
has said in interviews, he said, man, a lot of times Luke would tell him exactly where to go and what to do. Like he said, Luke made my job easy.
They said this guy
Man,
when he first came to Carolina, man, say he didn't have a TV in his house. So he
yeah.
just looked at film. So he studied film.
All
Right.
Luke did was watch film.
Yep.
I've heard him. If you go on YouTube, he's got interviews where he sits there and talks about how he would watch so much film that by Sunday he was calling out all their plays, and when they'd audible, he'd call the audible too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's like I've seen them run that play on tape like 20 times.
Yeah. Yeah. We had a guy that was similar in stature, similar in smarts, but he just couldn't quite. He couldn't quite. What's the dude name we got from Georgia Tech? The linebacker we had got from Georgia Tech.
Talk about Keith Brookins.
Keith Brookins.
Brookins, yeah.
I remember that name.
He was similar.
Yes, he was.
But he just couldn't quite bring out that dog in him. Not to be the that linebacker we was looking for. I was looking for just a little bit more out of him.
See, you got to go to Georgia, get the Bulldogs to get that dog to come out.
Hey man, don't shortchange Miami Hurricanes now. Don't shortchange them.
I talk about now. I talk about now. Back then, yeah, Miami was a monster back then.
Yeah.
But SEC, Georgia Bulldogs.
Yeah. SEC is a strong conference. That's why I always judge a lot of players that I watch about how they play against SEC teams. If they can stand up against SEC teams, they don't necessarily have to win, but if they put up a great showing, oh yeah, I'm watching.
I don't think if you cannot beat SEC, then you got a problem on your hands. Texas Longhorns, y'all got a problem on y'all hands. Y'all cannot beat Georgia.
Yeah.
It's like I tease my wife about it all the time. She's a South Carolina fan.
Oh,
they can't beat my Tar Heels.
Lord,
they always talking about SEC. I'm like, why y'all always losing to an ACC team, bro?
Lord,
yeah, South Carolina was a founding member of the ACC too. I always tell her, y'all left us to go play in the damn SEC,
and still getting that butt whooped.
And y'all getting bullied in the SEC by everybody.
Yeah.
But you know what? Just kind of going back a little bit, bringing up the Gritz Blitz, that kind of reminded me why, because a lot of people ask me, and I used to think of, didn't really put that into my thought process of why us and the Saints are such rivalries.
Yeah.
Is it a rival though?
Because we were in the NFC West together.
Yeah.
And then we came over, to the.
No, we were there too, just not nearly as long as y'all.
Right. But I'm saying, we've been playing against them boys, even when we was playing against the Rams and the 49ers. We still had to mess with them Saints.
Right.
Well, that's why I always say that I dislike y'all and the Saints more than Tampa, because none of us really have no connection to Tampa before the NFC South.
Right. But
I think that's why the whole division, we're just like, all of us in Tampa, they over there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, shoot. But they wasn't making no
What's
noise. They wasn't making no noise over there in the West, no way. So
and hell, you
Yeah,
can't never find Tampa fans nowhere.
yeah. Even now, man, I've extended a lot of invitation to like Tampa content creators, to come on, and it's not necessarily to talk Falcon versus Tampa, right? It's talking football in general, and not to come on my platform, but it's a platform where we have several people on there from different teams, right? Yeah, none of them wants to come on. They like, nah, they will
Well,
find where they at.
the only Bucks
And,
fan that's came up through here was this one several months ago when we were doing a stream
yeah,
about Baker Mayfield, and I
yeah,
ain't seen him back over here since.
yeah, yeah, yeah. They're not out there as much, I don't think. Not like Carolina Panthers fans, Saints, and the Falcons. They're. I'm not gonna say they're not out there. I'm just
It's
gonna say
easy to
they're.
find Panthers,
Yeah,
Saints, and Falcons fans.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're not willing to talk because I mean, and I get it. I get it. I
Well,
get it.
Tampa's different from the rest of the NFC South. They're like they got to be the bougiest team or city in
Of
the
course.
South.
Yeah, yeah.
They're also probably the whitest.
They.
Lord,
There it is.
I mean, think about it. It's probably just rich white people in Tampa.
Yeah.
Mostly. I know in Louisiana, Georgia, and Carolina, we got everybody down here.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how Tampa plays without Mike Evans. What would they be? Now, I know they got Mbuka up there, but I think it's going to take a little bit more than that. I really do. Mike Evans was different.
They're going to miss Mike Evans.
Yeah.
I think when they got Zach Robinson, I was like, all right. Take him. I was like, y'all got something.
Right.
Good one. Met him into y'all head coach at the same time. No, all joking aside, but I think Tampa Bay going to take a step back for the next 2 years.
Well, they better hope they don't get out to a slow start. I think they might fire Todd Bowles.
Yeah.
Yeah, they might. I wouldn't doubt it.
At the end of last year, Bucks fans was talking about that.
Yeah.
And it's funny you said that. It's funny you said that because if that happens, and this is one of the things I'm gonna cover on my podcast is if Jeff Albrecht has another phenomenal season like he had last year, will he be moving up to the head coaching ranks? And Tampa Bay came, the thought of him going to Tampa Bay came to my mind. I'm like, oh no, we can't.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, right. Because if he has another year like he had last year, somebody's gonna come calling, and they're gonna offer him a big paycheck. It's going to be hard to turn down, right? So I mean, I don't know, man.
If I'm Matt Ryan, I would be talking to him right now. Hey, dog.
Hey, money talk.
Yeah. How much money you want to stay?
It might be Arizona because I think they're going to be the worst team in the league this year.
It might be the Jets.
The Jets, yeah.
Oh, he ain't going back to the Jets.
I mean, the Jets went back to Geno, so I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They went back to Ninja Turtle.
I think the Jets burnt that bridge. He won't go back to the Jets. I don't care how much money they offer him. He's not going back up there.
Who?
Jeff Albrecht.
Jeff said he be trying to be no career coach, man.
I told y'all Jeff Ulbrich went through this accelerated program. He's saying that all he wants. He trying to be a head coach.
Right, he's gonna be a head coach.
But
I think all the coordinators aspire to be a head coach eventually.
But if I'm Matt Ryan, I will offer him. I'll be like, "What you need to stay here, dog?
Sure.
You need for me to pay your house off? What? What you need for me to do for you to stay here?"
Mm-hmm. Nope. And see And that's where it comes. That's where everything come down to. Let's see if somebody want to build something.
Right.
He claimed he wanted to build something, so we're gonna see. He gonna take
So
sacrifice.
if I'm Matt Ryan, I would go to him tomorrow morning. Hey, you want me to pay your house off, dog? What's up?
Well, I think you're seeing more coaches in the league now that they won't go somewhere if they think they're going into a bad situation.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know now. Money
Unless you're
talk,
paying them the
bullshit
bag.
walk now.
Listen, if you paid me $500 million, I'll coach whoever you want me to.
Me
Yeah, I
too.
know, right? Now, I think he's in a great position. Let's put it like that.
Right.
One, somebody's going to offer him a whole lot of money to come coach their team, and then two, if the Kevin Stefanski experiment fails here, he's going to become the head coach here. I wouldn't put it past Matt Ryan to put him as a head coach. You know, they experimented with Dan Quinn being that defensive minded head coach, and it worked out pretty good up until, I didn't say pretty good. It worked out well. I mean, he got to the Super Bowl.
Right.
But I think Jeff Albrecht is more in tune with the offense than Dan Quinn is. Dan Quinn is like a defensive guy. Guru. I ain't gonna say guru, but he's stuck with that defensive mindset. That's why I hate having head coaches with a defensive mindset, because they forget about what's supposed to happen on offense, the game management part of it, and they stay in tune with what's going on defense.
But
I agree to a certain extent.
if I'm Matt Ryan, I will be talking to Jeff tomorrow morning. Do you want me to pay off your house?
Yeah, because that would, for him to leave after, if we have a good year next year, that would mess it up though for him to leave. That would throw another kink in the armor.
Or we make the defensive lineman our new defensive coach.
And buy him and his wife some jewelry and send it to their house.
Yeah, we need to keep the team together, for a couple of seasons.
For at least 3 years.
Yeah.
That way you at least see what you can legitimately say, can we make this run for the Super Bowl? And that's what happened in 2012 when they started building that team. And it took getting the final pieces to that offensive line for them to say, oh, wait a minute, we don't messed around and formed a team here.
Mm-hmm.
Lo and behold, 2016, we in the Super Bowl, But it's all a matter of establishing that chemistry. You got to have that chemistry. That's a big part of it, right? And then you got to have that offensive mind. Whether we have that with Stefanski and Tommy Rees, I don't know yet. I don't know. I'm still trying to wrap my head around Tommy Rees still being a first-year coordinator, and Kevin Stefanski being as some people would say, a great offensive-minded play caller. Who's going to actually be calling the plays? So I don't know yet. The jury's still out on that one. I mean, we saw how the first-year coordinators didn't work with us last season with Jimmy Lake and Zach Robinson. So, and Tom Rees here is a first-year coordinator.
But we also seen Raheem, aka Carsass, man. Don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah.
At least our new head coach, he been a head coach for a long time.
I think the 2015 Panthers and 2016 Falcons benefited from the NFC South being so damn competitive too. Because not only are you competing against your own roster, you got to be like, bro, we had Drew Brees and Matt Ryan, and man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we wasn't worried about Tampa. I think we all knew that was a free win back then.
I mean, Tampa Bay was a joke back then. They were your little brother back then. That was
the free spot on the bingo card.
You know, back then when your mama said you better play with him, and you take the joystick out of the
Be nice to him now, honey.
right.
That's
But
crazy.
you get him the messed up controller back then.
Yeah, you have the bad controller we don't like to use.
Right,
Right.
right,
The controller just won't quite go left.
right.
That's crazy.
And he be thinking, oh, I whoop her ass. No, you not, player. No, you not.
Oh man.
But that was Tampa Bay back then.
Yeah, in the 2010s, man, they were terrible.
Oh yeah.
They was good in the early 2000s because of that defense.
Yeah, when you got Warren Sapp, all them boys.
Yeah.
John Lynch.
Yeah, John Lynch. Oh my God.
John Lynch was a beast.
What
beast.
what the other defensive lineman?
Dunn, I think.
No,
Who am I thinking of?
the one on the edge.
God, I can't think of his name. I can see him in my head, but I can't think of his name.
What was his name? Was his name? Was it Dietrich? No, it wasn't Dietrich Book or Devin Smith.
No,
because I think he they linebackers coach now. I think it is. I think he they linebacker coach now.
They had a bunch of good players.
I forgot his name.
they had some dogs on that team, and you got one staff, a crazy MF on that team. I was like, oh my God.
And he's still crazy.
Right. When you put all together and you had John Gruden, aka Chucky.
Man.
Shit.
He said on his podcast he wouldn't mind coming back coaching.
Yes. Stay your
We're
ass.
talking about Simeon Rice.
Yeah, Simeon Rice.
Yeah. Okay.
When you had all of them, shit.
As soon as I seen his name, I was like, "Oh, how the hell did I forget Simeon Rice?"
Shit, that defense. Oh my God.
They had Devon Clay Brooks.
That team was nasty, boy.
Rondé Barber. I forgot about Rondé.
Yeah, I forgot about him.
I cannot stand him.
Rondé was there with them forever.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he started calling games, bro, if the Bucks was playing any NFC South team, all he did was hate watch.
Right. Every time that man be on TV, I turn my TV down.
Jonathan Vilma does the same thing now.
Right. I'm like, why can't Atlanta get our old players to call our old game? Call the games.
They getting all the Bucks and Saints players to call Panthers and Falcons games for some reason. I was like, we can't get Greg Olson? Come on, man.
Right.
We can't get Mike Vick. We can't get Crumpler. Warwick Dunn.
Y'all forget. Ain't no damn Falcon player in commentary. The only one that wasn't commentary, we had to drag his ass out of there to fucking come back and run the team.
Who was that?
Yeah, I was thinking about Warwick Dunn earlier. That was the wrong team.
Matt Ryan.
Yeah.
Well, Gonzalez, he's doing pretty good.
A lot of that was like 20 years ago, man.
I mean,
yeah, well, they need going to retire Troy Anderson and let him be a commentator. He can't play no football.
you know where he wait a minute. You know where he needs to be at?
Well, who need to be at?
Troy Anderson.
On the dumpster pile?
He needs to be at Walmart. Paper or plastic.
Nah, man.
Look,
Look, ain't that boy from Montana? Shoot, he need to
Yeah.
be he need to be out there fucking doing all the heavy lifting over. He need to be maintaining Arthur Blank's ranch up there.
Hey, hold up.
That's what he need to be doing.
Don't underestimate the paper and plastic boy now. Cause remember, they went out there and found Kurt Warner out there bagging groceries.
Really, they ain't had no choice.
And not only Kurt Warner, Super Bowl. He ended up going to Super Bowl too. He played with Brady over in New England. He was bagging groceries too.
Well,
Yeah, Kurt Warner played in NFL Europe for a little bit. They had some weird 2-quarterback system with Kurt Warner and Jake Delhomme on one of them teams, which is crazy because they both ended up being the only undrafted quarterbacks to ever start a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And I think Kurt Warner is the only undrafted quarterback to win a Super Bowl.
wow.
Yeah. Kurt Warner's wife is what drove him to win because he had really gave up. He had literally gave up. But his wife was like, "Oh hell no, you ain't."
The league was in love with him till they found out about Tom Brady a couple years later.
Right, but that what happened when somebody got your back. They believe in you.
Yeah.
The league knew that was good PR. They was like, "Look, this is a feel-good story of what happens when you work hard and don't."
When you work hard, everybody skip over you, and you go to the UFL or overseas. And I mean, you got somebody behind you that believe in you and stuff. Your best friend, your wife, and stuff.
You don't see a lot of that happen in the NFL no more, where they just give some guy a chance and he turns out to be incredible.
Hey, I mean,
too much money on the line now, though.
Yeah, sure.
Do they still be having tryouts?
I know that the Panthers do around the time of like rookie mini camp. They'll hold tryouts.
Like, I don't know if the Atlanta Falcons be doing this. They used to back in the day. Used to have tryouts.
It's mainly just for like guys who didn't get drafted or haven't been in college for like a year or two.
Yeah. Now look, and it's funny how we're talking about this, right? But this is exactly how the Gritz Blitz was formed. Jerry Glanville didn't go out there looking for the biggest names. He went and picked up a bunch of no-name guys that were seemingly hungry to play, that fit his system, right? Because like none of these guys were in the headlines as being a superstar or a Pro Bowler, because none of them were Pro Bowlers.
Mm-hmm.
And look, even after the Gritz Blitz, a lot of them didn't even make the Pro Bowl, oddly enough.
I think he got people working at the post office.
Yeah.
I wish they wouldn't have ruined the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, they ruined that thing, man.
It feels like Pro Bowls don't mean anything now.
It don't.
It's a popularity contest now.
Yeah. It's more for social media than anything. And social media, look, it is what it is, right? There's some plus sides to it, and there's some negatives, a whole bunch of negative sides to it. But once it starts affecting sports the way it has, the NBA, NFL, NBA. I mean, look, look, I'm a sports guy. I know I like to sit back on the weekends if I'm not at an event. I like to sit back with my beer and my ribs and you know, with my pants unbuttoned, with my shirt all up over my stomach. I want to be able to sit back and watch some real sports. You know, I don't want to watch no watered down version of the NFL, no watered down version of the NBA. You know, now if it gets to the point where it starts affecting hockey, all bets are off.
I think that they should just make the Pro Bowl a game like it used to be. Have it go back to being before the Super Bowl, and let whatever conference wins is the home team in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Because look, the Pro Bowl was like the All-Star game in the NBA, man. To me, man, I actually look forward to watching the Pro Bowl. And you know, back then people had a lot of sense of pride too about their profession. You know, like the NBA, man. Like back when the All-Star game was the All-Star game, people were actually being competitive. They actually tried to, lock you down. They actually tried to slam on you. They actually tried to go one-on-one with you. They wouldn't like just sitting there just run up and down the court throwing the ball up. They were literally trying to beat you. It was a defense. Defense really played front street because nobody wanted to get dunked on. And I mean, look at how, especially when Michael Jordan was on the court, he gonna make you play. You ain't have no choice whether you was on the east side or the west side. He was gonna make you play because he was gonna talk trash to you. If you didn't, he was gonna talk trash. But I just hate how everything has gotten watered down, right? And as I say that, I'm thinking about what if the Gritz Blitz had got watered down, or the defenses back then had got watered down. We would have had a bunch of pissed off guys that mean guys that would be. I mean, they would probably go on strike. I don't know, man. I just hate how social media has made that type of effect on professional sports, man. And then the players have bought in on it too. They're actually bought in on it. I hate that. I'm so glad I was able to come along and witness the greatest the NBA has to offer, the NFL.
Right.
See the greats at the game. But like now, man, to me, there's no such thing as greats anymore. There are no greats. Like back in the day, like during my time, you had the Magic Johnson, you had the Larry Bird, you had the Dominique. People who not only brought Showtime to the game, but they brought the professionalism. What it was meant to be. They brought that to the game, the pride. Now, man, it's more about I ain't gonna say what have you done for me, because that's not even it either. There's no sense of pride. Everybody just run up and down the court just to say, okay, I'm on the NBA team.
Cowboy, do you remember back in the day in the 1990s when V103 was giving away Hawks tickets?
Yeah.
But 95 and 96, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Like Kevin Willis came to my high school, at Avondale High School. We put some tickets in the on a table, and he told us, if you want these Hawks tickets, come get it.
Yeah.
And me being 5'9" at the time, I said, don't nobody want the Hawks ticket. Y'all don't even got real fans in there.
Yeah.
I said, y'all so bad, the homeless people will give you back the Hawks ticket.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
He got so mad.
Hey, but you know what though? At least back then, even though the Hawks, I'm gonna say they weren't trash, right? They just didn't win a lot of games.
What was this when the Hawks had Dominique though?
No.
Okay.
No. They're like after,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're like
after they made that bogus trade.
Right after that trade.
Yeah.
Like
2
years after that.
I'm with you.
They did Dominique such a disservice, man. Yep. Dominique was the life of Atlanta, the life of Atlanta Hawks basketball.
Right. When you traded him,
he should have retired. He should have retired a Hawk.
Right.
And then you turn around and trade a healthy Dominique Wilkins, who hardly ever got hurt. You trade him for an injury-prone
Danny Manning.
And then you turn around, and I'm not knocking John Concact.
All right.
He played and got his bag, right? The Hawks fell into it. But you trade your best player to sign a scratch head center, John
And
Concat.
Danny Manning. What the hell?
I just didn't get that. I just didn't get but that just goes to show you how important too that we fix the admin in Atlanta sports. And I think this is our third team with Atlanta Hawks basketball. I think our third administration.
Mm-hmm.
And the Falcons are going on their second. So it needed to change. The mindset needed to change. We got to have, and as much as you can say what you want bad about Jerry Jones, that man owned that team with pride. He doesn't. He makes a lot of decisions that piss off the fans and piss off the NFL. He pissed everybody off, really. But he don't care. But he carried that team. He runs that team with pride, right? He goes after the best players. He doesn't care. He'll pay that luxury tax. He could care less. He's going to pay it, but he wants to have the best team available on that field. Whatever it takes, he was going to do it. May not work out every time, but that you see the difference between Jerry Jones and the way he runs his team and the way the Rankin-Smith brothers, no, not Arthur Blank, the Rankin-Smith brothers ran the Falcons. So I think Arthur Blank, what people fail to realize about Arthur Blank is first a businessman, right? He got the opportunity to buy a franchise of a sport that he knows limited. His knowledge of it is limited, right? He knows soccer, he knows baseball, but he kind of bought into football. It kind of fell in his lap. He was like the obvious choice of buying his team. We showed up didn't want the alternative.
Mm-hmm.
A European Japanese corporation owning the Falcons. We definitely didn't want that. And then the other alternative was
hold on a minute, Cowboy. Are these were these the other bidders for the Falcons?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who was this Japanese?
Yeah, it was a Japanese corporation. It was two choices that we had. It was the Japanese corporation, and then it was they were trying to make it a public ran team. In other words, they were going to be operated by the city.
I wouldn't have minded that.
City.
I wouldn't have minded that.
Oh, heck no.
Well, at one point,
ain't that how the Green Bay Packers ran though?
No,
yeah, but at least the Green Bay Packers had a footing. They got a foundation. We don't have that here. We don't even have a fan base that shows up consistently to support our team. Well, Green Bay's fan base is going to be there regardless.
Fuck the rest of them. I'm running this fucking team. Nah.
Yeah, but I mean,
I wouldn't have minded a publicly owned team.
I don't know.
That means we probably have more power than we have.
Remember,
and that would be good in Atlanta.
Remember, a couple of years ago, Shaquille O'Neal was trying to buy the team.
He was trying to buy the Falcons?
Yes.
I didn't know that one.
He went to Arthur Blank, and he told Arthur Blank how much it would cost for you to send me Atlanta Falcons.
Wow.
He said this on his podcast.
Right.
And Arthur Blank said the team not for sale.
Right.
And Shaq said if he would have bought the team, he would put people that know football in charge to teach him the game of football.
Yo.
This what he said on his podcast.
Yeah.
This
I think Arthur had learned from his mistakes, though.
Right.
So he's writing, and this is just my thought, right? This is just my thought. He's writing a wrong, right? Like he realized where he messed up at in the beginning, but now he has seemingly the right people in place.
Right.
Right. Yes, he need the help. He need help getting to that part, but I think he's done it. I'm still not completely sold on Kevin Stefanski, although I like his Kevin Stefanski's structure. I like his discipline, right? I like that. You can see the vision. It's an obtainable vision, not something that's in fairyland like the one Raheem had. Even though he got me with it, but
not me. I knew Raheem was a car salesman.
Yeah,
he would say, "You a broke down lemon."
Well, I see. I have that knack too, right? And it's not always a bad thing. You know, the whole thing is you want people to buy into your system, which is what he did. He got people even down to the person that's opening and closing the doors at Mercedes-Benz, the water boys. He got everybody bought into the system. Raheem's problem was he did not bring in a supporting cast with him. That was his whole downfall. Because even if he didn't know anything about football, the one thing you want to do is bring in somebody that's going to help you establish your name. Because if he was trying to establish his own coaching tree, you want to bring in the best of the best. Whatever's available, who was willing to come on you and rock with you. But when I say best of the best, I don't mean no first-year coordinators.
Right.
I'm talking about somebody who's been in the league.
I think Raheem was more focused on be like P. Diddy, all in the videos, smiling, and all that stuff. Instead of, you know, being a head coach.
Right.
I like our new head coach. He don't take no nonsense.
Yeah. Like I said, I like that discipline.
I love the discipline. I love when people say, "Oh, he ain't shit." Okay, I'm finna tell you. You see what I did over there? I took the Browns,
to
the playoffs. If I did that over there twice, imagine what I could do over here with talent.
With the injury prone Nick Chubb,
right?
With a temperamental Baker Mayfield,
right? And Baker Mayfield still in his feelings about it.
Yeah.
So I think we got better talent over here than he ever had over there.
Oh yeah, for sure, hands down. Especially since we brought Austin Hooper and Zacchaeus.
Right. So I want to see what he's going to do over here.
Yeah.
If he take their team to the playoffs in the first season, what that would say about Raheem?
Yeah.
That's gonna say exactly what he was, a sorry ass head coach.
Right.
Wouldn't have ever had the job.
Right.
Unqualified.
To me, and I learned this from Cowboy a long time ago. He don't remember when he said this. It should not be who you know. It should be about what you know.
Yeah.
And you taught me that, Cowboy, a long time ago.
Yeah, especially that. Look, I learned that when I was coaching Little League, right? Because I had some guys that knew football,
right?
But they know football, not coaching football, right? So I actually had to get on a fast learning curve, so to speak. Right? It worked out, but I had to actually put myself on a fast learning curve, you know, because I was always that player, right? But to make that happen, you had to do two things: either establish your strategy,
right?
Then you got to train up players that probably never played before,
right?
Or how you can utilize the best player that you got. So it was I thought I was in college because I was trying to learn so much. But like I said, it worked out tremendously. I think now we have 4 players in the NFL now from that team we coached.
That was up.
So yeah, so I mean, it worked. 3 players. 3. Wait a minute, 1, 2. Yeah, 3 players. 3 players from that team that went on. And look, when I tell you, there were probably 3 more on that team that could have went, but streets got the best of them. You know, the street went to calling them, and They got caught up in other mess, but they were phenomenal athletes. And I'm telling you, even the ones that never played football, by the time it came to them moving on to play middle school or high school ball, oh, they were sought after. There were coaches that were coming to the game trying to get them to, come to their school. We even had coaches from McKeitron, and that was we were in Douglasville, and coaches from McKeitron coming from Powder Springs to try to get players from our school to come play for their school. And you know what that was going to entail? They're going to try to move the family into that neighborhood. Yeah. So which means it was going to be done illegally for sure. But even high school coaches were coming after our guys. They were coming after them.
It just, I hope we just shut up everybody that put dirt on our name.
Yeah.
This year. Like, I want to make it to the NFC championship this year.
Oh yeah. I had already said that.
If we didn't make it there,
see that aspiration of outrunning the South.
All that bullshit.
That sounded good on paper.
Right.
But your aspiration should always be the Super Bowl. Always be the Super Bowl. Outrunning the South is just a step. That shouldn't be a goal for you.
See, to me, Raheem was like buddy with the players.
Yeah.
How you gonna keep your players accountable and you not? Nobody keeping you accountable.
Right.
Besides Arthur Blank, Arthur Blank came down and said, "Yeah, player, it's about that time for you to go."
Yeah. See, we need to get back to being that team in the conference, up there with the Rams, up there with the 49ers, the Seahawks. We need to be up there with them, telling them like, hey, we ain't going nowhere.
Right.
We the Falcons, we here. We back. We here. We need this team that we have right now needs to put the Falcons back into that conversation with those guys. Shock the world. That's what they need to do. Right now, this year, 2026, they need to shock the world. Kevin Stefanski, when people ask me who's that one breakout player that I expect to break out this year, I ain't picking no player. I'm picking Kevin Stefanski. Because on paper, we got that team. But it's going to be up to Kevin Stefanski and Tommy Reese to get whatever production that we can. They need to have a breakout coaching year. And they need to do whatever they can to get the production that we need to get back into contention and then conversation with the 49ers, Rams, Seahawks, up there with them. Because right now, as I look at it, we can beat the Rams. We can beat the 49ers. We can beat the Seahawks. But we need to go out there and just show them, hey, we here. We here. And look, I'm impartial. I'm not being it's not because I'm a Falcon fan. I see this, right? I see this. I see the 12, 13-man personnel being a problem for the NFC. I see that. I see Tua being a problem for the NFC. I don't see him regressing. The fact that he's acknowledged and saying, hey, yeah, I had a messed up year last year. So I got to correct that. He knows this, and that's what good players do. When Tom Brady had that awful season with New England, he said, I got to correct what happened last year. Great players do that. They hold themselves accountable first. They're not pointing the fingers at nobody. Because Tua could have very easily have said, or if I had an offensive line, he could have very easily have said it because everybody in the world saw he had a pool offensive. Right. But the fact that he holding himself accountable and he knows what he got to do. And not only do he can hold himself accountable, he's being surrounded by that staff. He's being surrounded by those players that gonna get him there. The Kyle Pitts, the Drake London, Bijan Robinson, Brian Robinson, Olamide Zaccheaus, Hooper, Charlie Warner.
I can't wait for
He got weapons. Now everybody's looking for two of that. You know, that's the one thing they're harping on. He don't have the big arm. I could care less about the big arm. I could care less about it. But people fail to realize what he did with Tyreek Hill. Everybody knows Tyreek Hill took the tops off of defense. And if he didn't have a big arm, how in the world did he find Tyreek Hill?
I think a lot of these people don't know football. They just talking outside their ass.
They fallen into what the mass
Right.
saying, what the masses are saying.
They
So if everybody's saying Tua is trash, then of course they're gonna fall right in line with it. Yeah, Tua is trash. He couldn't win down there in Miami. Now,
well,
Tua may have been trash last season. Now this is what and fact check me on this channel at 3 Dirty. Fact check me on this. Even though Tua was trash last season, I mean trash, the most interceptions last year. Even though he was trash, he was still the best quarterback in the NFL last season by the numbers.
What numbers?
When it came to completion percentage, when it came to his PFF grade against the NFC.
OG, what do you say about stats?
They get you in trouble.
I get that. But my comparison is people are saying that Tua was trash last year.
But
So if he was
Cowboys,
trash, how was
but
he
the
able,
Cowboys
what did that say
defense.
about,
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
what did that if he was trash last year and was able to put up those numbers? If he's trash, what did that saying about the rest of the quarterbacks in the league that somehow managed to squeeze out a playoff win? Now the stats doesn't always tell, numbers don't always, and I know where you're going with this. Numbers don't always tell the story, right? But when you face with all the stuff that he had to deal with in Miami, of course the numbers are not going to tell the full story. But when it comes down to one fact against the NFC, where it's all going to matter for us as Falcon fans, because we are in the NFC, against the NFC, Tua was the best in the NFC. That's all I got.
I know Tua beat us like we stole his lunch money from second grade. I know that.
No, he beat us like we owed him some money.
Yeah. And look, and then he joked about it. He joked about it. The camera panned over there to him. He got over to the sideline and he put one hand over his eye.
I said,
he threw that touchdown. Yeah.
He beat up. I'm not doing
it. Like we stole something.
He beat.
And he was, and look, he was auditioning for his job. That's all. I'm gonna take it up as that. I ain't gonna take it personal.
but here's the thing. You have got to give this guy, okay, everything that you look at, I call them resumes.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at the resumes, and that's what give you an idea what he has done.
Right.
But then like you saying those factors, okay, he killed the NFC. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, the division that we're going to be playing next season.
Right.
So he's had success against them. Then you got a head coach that also came from that area too.
Mm-hmm.
That he knows them. So now you got this quarterback coming in,
right?
And who else would you gonna get?
Yeah.
That's my question. Who else would you gonna get?
You remember Kyler Murray was
Kyler Murray?
No, I'm not saying we were gonna get him.
I'm just saying,
but
I didn't want it
because he is trash. He dumps the juice. I mean, look, he that part that stays in the dumpster after the truck done dumped it.
Yeah.
He's that part that stays enough for the next run too.
But that's
So,
real nasty.
dumpster
That
juice.
was. That's real nasty.
Caliburn ain't got. The man has.
But see,
he's
hey, but talking about Tua now, I'm finna throw a monkey wrench in this conversation now.
Come on.
Okay, I heard a rant. Well, not a rant, but I heard a conversation that came on a show when someone tweeted that Arthur Blank said that he believes, because I read the tweet, he believes that Michael Penix is the franchise quarterback for the.
Oh yeah.
Or will be the franchise quarterback for the Falcons.
You will say you will give your quarterbacks confidence.
Yeah.
So you will say whatever you got to say, so that they'll believe in themselves. Because
But see, you're right. But he said that. See, the context was when you trying to be right, you don't slow down. After you hear a word that you want to hear, you don't read the rest of the sentence.
Right.
And Mr. Blank said, "Believe."
Yeah.
I believe. Sure. I believe if I don't pay my light bill,
they might give you 2 more weeks, right?
Right.
I'm gonna tell you why Arthur Blank said that.
Around here, turn my lights out.
I'm gonna tell you why I believe Arthur Blank said that. Because you remember the original plan when we drafted Michael Penix? Remember that original plan that we had?
Right.
For him to come in and sit for 2 years? He's going back to that plan. It may not be 2 years, but he's going back to that plan. Now, how old Tua is? Tua is 28, right?
Right.
By the time he's 20, Michael Penix is 28, he's going to be the quarterback of the Atlanta Falcons if he's still here.
Well, no, hold on, no. I'm gonna ask the question though. What if Tua comes out this year and balls out? Then what?
He's still going to be. That's still year one. This is year one. If he balls out, he comes back next year, 2027, do the same thing.
Then what if he balls out year 2?
Under his.
Yeah, I mean, if he balls out year 2, we still got number 1 backup in the league. If something happens
on a rookie deal.
On a rookie deal.
That means other teams be trying to get Michael Penix for us.
And you know what?
Shout out to Blackberry on that one, because he been that's what he been preaching the whole time.
Right.
Yeah.
He said for Tua to start and play well would be the best financial scenario.
Yeah.
For the Falcons.
Yeah.
Because our new GM, he loves draft picks.
Right.
And
the press conference.
And he already got 10.
Right.
Yeah.
So you tell me if I bring in Tua and Tua showing up and showing out with a new head coach, a new OC, you tell me other teams will not make that phone call. Hey, what do y'all want from Michael Penix?
We need him really, really bad.
Right. Yeah, exactly. You're gonna have to show me you want him.
Right. You want.
Now, here's the thing. People act like it will be a huge loss if we lose Michael Penix. People are acting like if Michael Penix don't start, it's a loss.
Not if 2 plays
way it benefits Penix and it benefits us.
It's going, yeah.
Because hopefully we'll still have Jack Strand here, and who knows, we could be going in 2027 looking for another quarterback.
Right.
Because the 2027 draft class is even deeper than this past season, and the quarterbacks are even better.
Right. I really think we got the right GM that know what he's doing now.
Oh yeah.
That if you want something off of this team, you got to pay me.
Yeah.
What I mean by pay me, draft picks.
And you know what's noticeable that I picked up on, that any player that we lose via a free agency move, we will gain a draft pick.
Right.
So if we had a loss, let's just say Kyle Pitts. If we had lost Kyle Pitts, and somebody came calling for him, guess what? We're gaining a draft pick for him, maybe 2.
Right. So
depending on how bad that team want him. So Ian is playing this thing masterfully. I mean, he playing chess. The rest of the league is playing checkers.
So we can see what we could do this year. If we get to the NFC championship game or whatever,
right?
It would make our GM and our head coach look even better.
Oh, for sure.
And ESPN, NFL Network. Oh, y'all see what Atlanta Falcons' new head coach did? He got that team to the playoffs, while Raheem cannot even do that.
Right.
So it would make us look better than what we is.
Man, we get to the playoffs, man. Raheem name would not even come up.
Right.
Other than the people that are still
I'm with you.
Ain't nobody talk about him no more, man.
No, man. I'll be it. Trust me. If we make to the playoffs, I would not be indulging in no conversations about Ra.
Right. So
none. I don't want to hear it.
All it would bring more lights and cameras on the Atlanta Falcons. And you would bring in more fans over here.
Nah, I wouldn't even waste my time.
I mean,
because that's just the only thing I'm gonna tell you, the only thing that I want out of Raheem is when they come to town, I want to put that thing on.
Oh yeah,
put 40 points.
I'm gonna hit.
That's what I want.
I'm gonna beat Raheem so bad he wear longer pants. Those skinny jeans, thank God they're not here no more.
Man, that's all I want. When he comes, I wanted to put that thing on him, and then everybody be like, "Uh-oh, here come them Falcons." That's all I want.
We beat them last year. Everybody forgot about that. We beat the Rams last year.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah.
So imagine what we could do this year with their team.
Man, I'm glad we ain't facing the Rams this year.
Man, that was a great game.
My bad, y'all. My bad.
It hurt my neck though, but I got injured in that game. They frustrated me so bad. But I said, "Can we just make one play?" And Raheem gave them boys 6 timeouts.
He was trying
in one quarter.
He was trying to hand the game away.
Lost my mind.
He gave up in like 2 minutes. Yeah, shoot, this motherfucker was trying to give the game away.
And y'all understand what I'm saying about he gave them 6 timeouts, right?
Mm-hmm.
He let them use their 3, and then he didn't know what to do, so he called timeouts when we had the lead, and all we needed to do was the clock to run out.
Yeah, he called timeout for them. But we didn't need it.
We didn't need them. All we need to do is let the clock keep ticking. They didn't have to do timeout.
Got his boys over there in LA, man. He trying to help them out now.
Sure.
Come on now.
Now look, I'm not taking nothing away from Raheem Morris as a defensive coordinator. He's a great defensive coordinator, but for a head coach, I think he was in over his head. Obviously, I mean, number one, you didn't pick the people that were going to help you. Then 2, heck, I don't know what you did over the past few years, but it seemed like you didn't learn anything. I mean, game management, that's coaching 101. I mean, you should at least know how to call timeout and what timeouts mean on the field during intricate part of the game. I mean, I don't know.
When Raheem brought that crew with him to Atlanta, I was on another. I was hitting the leg on another show, and I said, "This is an incompetent group we got here."
Yeah.
Boy, I got blasted. Boy, I got blasted because I saw the incompetence.
Yeah.
There's no way you can. It's just like I talk from a corporate standpoint, but anytime you trying to bring a department up to to standard or raise the bar, you
Mhm.
bring as much experience
Yeah,
as
exactly.
you can to that department.
Right.
Be it your managers, your department managers, your section managers, your supervisors, and your team leads.
Right. Right.
And
Right.
but see, what
None
people
of it.
don't
None of it.
understand is
Yeah.
the word incompetent is not a
It's
bad
not.
word.
It's not.
It just means that the people that you have in place are incapable of doing what you need for them to do. That's all it
Or
means.
experienced enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. They're
Because
just incapable.
if something major had went down like it did, you want to be able to, at the very least, have somebody to go to for answers.
And we had nobody.
He more didn't have nobody all the way up to Arthur Blank. He didn't have nobody he could turn to when the season started going crazy. Now, Kevin Stefanski, on the other hand, he has that. He can turn to Alex Van Pelt and say, "Hey, man, what is this offense? What do you think?" He could turn to Bill Callahan and ask that same question. Not only talk offense, but he can talk head coaching. Yeah. He can talk offensive line. He can talk offensive strategy with Bill Callahan. He can do that. Raheem couldn't do that.
Nobody was in his ear either. You never saw anybody in his ear.
Right. But which puts me in the mind that Raheem thought he was above reproof,
above the law.
Yeah, that tells because it's like you know what, that's a good point, 3 Dirty. Even during like game time, you never really saw nobody really like talking to him.
No, I was there watching.
When you watch Kyle Shanahan. Now, Kyle Shanahan called his own plays, but that guy who's supposed to be in title, he's the offensive coordinator, but he's always talking to Kyle.
Yeah, nobody was talking about
him. With Reed and what's my man name that left Kansas City Chiefs? Eric Bieniemy. Them two, they obviously. I ain't gonna say they didn't like each other, but you could tell like they weren't approachable to each other. But when it came to that football, they were always talking.
Yeah,
like I know.
He all that other stuff to the side.
Say it again.
I think you got to put all that other stuff to the side, man.
Yeah.
And you know that guy, you respect that guy enough to say, "Well, I know Bieniemy gonna make the right call, so let me find out what you got, buddy."
Mm-hmm.
He tell you what he got, and that's what you go with.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't snub a guy because, well, the first thing it is, when you don't respect the people that you bring in enough to the point where that you don't communicate with them and you could possibly be wrong.
Right.
In other words, by Zach being up in the booth, they wasn't working together no way. They didn't have no chemistry.
Right.
They didn't have no chemistry, man. There ain't nowhere in the world you could do that.
You remember in that movie, remember the Titans when Denzel was pacing that sideline and the defense wasn't getting no stops.
Yeah.
Denzel, he looked down there and he walked down there to him. He said, "Hey, get that defense together." He said, "You worry about the offense." He said, if they score, I'm taking the D. He said, "I'm taking over."
Yeah,
that's what Raheem Morris needs to have done. And he should have said, "Look, if you can't get the job done, I'm taking over." Especially when Jimmy Lake was over there.
But see, you know what Raheem ace in the hole was, right? Was Kirk Cousins.
Yeah, he could blame them.
He was Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins was his ace in the hole. He wanted a veteran quarterback to come in there and kind of run that offense and help Zach mature.
But this where he messed up at though. When Kirk Cousins got injured, he should have went to Kirk Cousins and said, "Hey, I'm playing the backup."
He couldn't do that, though, Ron.
But still, that's what a real head coach would do.
Oh yeah, of course.
Ray Charles to see Kirk Cousins were messing up out there.
That's called the genius of desperation, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's what that is. That he couldn't, man. That was his only plan. That man, Raheem came with one plan.
They're like, you got to have a plan A, plan B, and plan C.
Well, that's why he backed the defensive coordinator.
He should not even be that. To be honest with you.
And he went to a set defense.
I don't think Raheem that smart.
See,
I think
man,
the players
that's why. See, there you go, Ron. That's why, man. Y'all saying, well, he's a good defensive coordinator. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, man. In LA, man, he had Jalen Ramsey and he had Aaron Donald. And he had all sorts of other guys. And man,
and
when
look,
he was defensive coordinator,
San Francisco.
Yeah, he got Bosa, he got all them, he got Warner, he got all them boys. And here, man, where his defense is really even that good here, outside of an 8-game stretch to end the season.
See,
which by the way, he was actually co-defensive coordinators with Jeff Ulbrich.
Yeah. See,
come on, man.
I really think in LA the players made Raheem look better than what he really was.
Well, yeah, the system was already there, and it was already
the system there. The players there, they already know what to do. You got veterans on the team; they know what to do.
See, that's why that resume and them stats get you in trouble.
Right. When you got Donald, when you got Jalen Ramsey, when you got all these veterans on the team, they know what to do. Raheem, they're Raheem. They're Raheem. Y'all making me look there. I don't gotta do nothing.
He just sat back.
That's probably what got him in trouble as a head coach here.
Right.
Like I said, on paper, we look like a playoff team through and through.
Right.
And I think Raheem was probably counting on the skills of these players to save his job.
Right.
You know.
But how we grew up, these young kids, you still got to teach young kids.
Yeah.
They're not veterans yet, like Jalen Ramsey, Donald. Those veterans, they've seen everything in different defense. So Raheem, like, you know what? I'm finna sit back.
Right.
Y'all already know what to do.
Right.
Y'all finna make me look better than what I really is. So when I do get another job, the Atlanta Falcons,
and then all he did was the motivating part. That's why they say he's a man. He's a man among men. You know,
right?
He's a leader of men because you motivating guys that are winning.
Right. Come on, y'all. Come on. We got this.
Yeah.
And they said, okay, boss.
Yeah.
Well, let me go out here and do what I do best.
Yeah.
That's what he did with the Rams. He did not have to do nothing.
And Aaron Donald made the play for him.
Right. I got Aaron Donald on my team. What do I really have to do?
Mm-hmm.
He probably whispered in Aaron Donald's ear and said something to him, man.
Yeah, hey, big fella. Hey, I'll buy you a hamburger after the game. Or T-bone steak.
I need you, but I need you.
Yeah, I need you, big fella. I'll buy you a T-bone steak after the game.
No, he probably told me, I'll take you to the strip club.
Right. What did he not keep it 100.
Yeah.
You got all
he built his resume up. Right. I give him that. He built his resume up. That's all I can say. And it got him a job that he couldn't handle.
You build your resume up for not doing nothing. So you got all these veterans on your team. They already know what to do.
Now, let me ask y'all this question, though. Because I'm going to be honest with you. I thought due to the history of how the Falcons moved. And I really didn't know, how deep this consulting firm was. But how would you all have felt if those last games would have kept Raheem's job?
I would be pissed.
Wouldn't be looking
I don't
forward to
think
shit
I
this
don't think I
season.
would have been pissed.
I wouldn't
I
expect
would
shit
be
out of this
pissed.
season. I'd expect us to win like fucking 3 games
Yeah.
this year.
But
This is a different conversation, but
do you think he would have got rid of Zach?
No, he
That
wouldn't have got rid of Zach. He wouldn't got rid of Zach.
Yeah, the fact, like Evan said, he wouldn't have got rid of Zach. I think the fact that if he had kept his job, he would have thought he would have actually looking good,
Right.
as opposed to looking like dump of trash and not not looking like poo.
He should have been going after Carolina. He should have been going after Carolina. Dropped 45 on our ass.
Yeah,
his first year.
He should have been going after we signed him, punk ass.
Yeah.
The day we signed him, he should have been fired that day.
Well, I called him incompetent. When I seen the coaching staff, I was a little surprised when he got hired. But once I saw the coaching staff and looked at what he brought with him, I was like, man, this is incompetent right here.
This
This
dude
is
ain't learned a
incompetence.
goddamn lesson.
Not nothing.
To me,
he cared
And he
about
ain't
how he
ever
looked on
gonna
the
either.
sideline.
To me, he talked about he looked up to Pittsburgh as head coach and all that stuff. Okay, what did you learn from him?
Yeah.
No, they worked together on that Tampa team.
Shit, let's not forget. He won a Super Bowl with the Rams, man. Like,
So what did you really learn?
what do you learn?
Yeah.
I mean, you're sitting behind a top 3 coach in the league. You should be able to learn something.
Yeah, but
I think he was the associate head coach. If I was not,
but it's different to be a defensive coordinator than being a head coach.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like Cowboy said
but
earlier,
he was
man,
the associate head. The thing was, he was the associate coach, though. So you're second in command.
That even worse. He's not the man in charge.
Correct. But he is sitting behind the man who's in charge, meaning he should have learned a hell of a lot of stuff from when he was there.
Right. Say me you in school, right? And I keep on cheating off of your paper. Did I learn anything?
Nope.
No.
That's what he did.
Yeah.
That was why
he getting the grade. Ron getting the good grades, but he ain't learning that.
I'm not learning that.
The thing about Raheem was he cared about how he looked on the sideline rather than how his team looked playing the game.
Man.
With his joggers pulled up, his J's on.
Evan said he cared about how he looked. Man, look, I'm 56 years old. If I cared about how I look, I ain't coming out there with no doggone capri pants on with.
Right, the man had skinny jeans on the sideline.
Am I wrong?
You ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. But he was more and see, like, it worked for McDonald down there in Miami. It worked for him. He in Miami, right? He looked like a part of the Miami culture with the way he was dressing. Raheem should have stuck his butt over there in some Jim Harbaugh khakis and a Falcon polo shirt on or whatever, and did his thing. He didn't do that. Raheem was trying to play like, hey, I'm 30-something years old. I'm like, man, if you don't put your butt on some khakis, you a grown man.
Well, he ain't trying to be buddy with people.
Yeah.
Well, but like you said, Cowboy, earlier, man, you know, some people know football, and some people know how to coach.
Right.
Yeah.
That's correct.
And I don't think that Raheem is missing an element in that part. I think he gets overwhelmed in certain situations, man. I think he just because I could look at him, man. His eyes had that glazed look to him.
Yeah.
Hell, he was scoreboard watched the entire game.
Yeah.
But see that was his. You know, like everybody got tail signs, right?
Yeah.
And when he started doing that, he was starting to get overwhelmed, and I think that was just his. He didn't make eye contact with nobody.
I tell you one thing, he better not be playing on cards with nobody.
No, he probably not a good poker player.
No.
He better not be playing on poker with nobody.
Hey,
nah.
You notice when stuff, you know how it gets like we getting routed on the field, we getting ran down the field, and then all of a sudden a great play happens. How enthusiastic and I don't care what it is, and and he just get like overly excited, like we just don't want the game. Like, dude, we just got the first down.
Well, right. He's clapping hands and he bent over, he clapping hands, looking at the guy in the eyes for the motivation. But when it come time when he need to make that call, he never did it. He never did.
Do y'all know who Raheem remind me of? What head coach in the NFL right now?
Let me think. Hold on.
The Jets head coach.
Aaron
Glenn? That dude's already got 1 foot out the damn door.
Right. Remember last year the Jets were playing Tampa Bay? And the man
running down the sideline after that.
Right. The man was dancing down the sideline.
They lost the game.
Right. That's Raheem. That's Raheem. But Raheem just would smile all the way down the sideline.
Yeah, dude.
He surprised me when he was on that. I forgot what game it was. He went up there to the stand where the guys were doing the commentary.
The
Rams.
Rams.
The guy on the head, man. I was like, what?
Yeah, that's the Rams.
I was like,
that
man,
dude played for the Rams, and he retired last year.
And see, that let you know he don't have that killer instinct. Cause when I come out of the tunnel, I ain't have no friends. I didn't care who
he ain't just dapping the dude up, he kissing him on the damn head.
That's what I'm saying. He don't have that killer instinct in him.
He's soft. He's soft.
He's soft.
Put that stuff behind him, man.
That dude probably flies a fucking rainbow flag in his yard. You go kissing dudes on his head.
But we kept hearing under his tenure how close the locker room is and how everybody's all buddy. Fuck that. It's about wins it's coaching is a win and loss grade. You either win or you lose. There's no how many friends I can make along the way or how much team bonding we can do. Heck no, it's wins and losses.
So, again, what do Raheem win because of the players he have on the team, or do he win beside that? Like, do he make them better? I don't think Raheem make nobody better.
Raheem don't make anyone better.
Right.
Name me one player that Raheem has made better. You can't do it.
You can't name one. And the coaches he hired sure didn't make them better.
Now I can name you players that Raheem has made look worse, especially with Jimmy Lake, Jesse Bates,
Jimmy Lake,
Nate Lamb,
Kyle Pitts,
ton of players.
What pissed me off the most under his tenure, though, was how bad our special teams was. That's what made me the most mad.
Well, that special teams coach was just a holdover from Arthur Smith. That was Arthur Smith's special teams guy.
It's like we didn't think special teams can win or lose you games. Like that element of football don't exist. So Raheem thought.
Field position is everything, man.
Everything.
People could put emphasis on whatever, but man, field position even tells, even like condenses your playbook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you start on the 20, even after punts, if you can't return 25 yards on a punt, you catch it on the 40. You can't pass the 50-yard line. And then
guess what team had the best special teams last year?
Say that again.
Guess which team had the best special teams last year? Or guess what? 2 teams had the best special teams last year in the NFL, off analytics and everything.
49ers,
Nope,
Patriots
that's one of them.
Denver,
and Denver.
Nope,
Seattle.
Seattle.
Yeah.
And
You're right.
New England
Shit.
were the 2 best teams with special teams last year.
Those are 2
Last
teams
time
in the
I
Super
checked, those
Bowl.
2 played in the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The 2 teams that made the
Yeah.
Super Bowl. I'm thinking
makes
Denver.
sense.
That's what.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good
It's a
point.
great
point.
field position, field goals.
Field position, bro, will change. Man, then people can't really look at your playbook.
Yeah.
Because you
Make them
start on
earn
20,
it down the field.
they can predict. They can kind of predict. If we get the ball on 35-yard line, they kind of know, okay, y'all, let's key on Bijan. 1st and 10, let's key on Bijan. But if you get that thing past the 50 or close by midfield, they have no idea what you're going to do.
And I think this team can have a top 10 defense and a top 10 offense. There should be no excuse.
So that was my big thing back when I was coaching, man. I put my best return guys, man. I was blocking, setting up the play. I ran plays on my special team. Depending on where we was at, where we was getting the ball punted to us from.
And someone can look this up, but
Hey,
when
man.
is the last time the Falcons have ran a fake punt, fake field goal?
They don't do it, man.
Anything special teams.
They don't do it.
I thought we
Yeah.
did
That's
one
what
a
I'm
few
saying.
years ago, but I'm trying to. I can't name the exact game.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Like, I can't remember the last time we had yes, I can. Devin Hester. I think that probably, if I had to put a, yeah, I think during the Devin Hester era. Yeah.
And you know the bad that and I'm glad you brought this guy up, because I used to explain how returners, especially on punt returns, what was the key element of them being successful is, and you have to see the hole, hit the hole with no hesitation.
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course, you got to have the speed and all of that.
Right.
But you have got to be able to recognize those lanes.
Right.
And look like we just had nobody on the Falcons since, like you said, Devin Hester, that could really just go one way and make the defense respect his speed, and then he cut into the lane.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all creativity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Field vision.
Yeah.
You have to see that field.
That's why
And-
Zachariah Brandt, I'm telling you right now, that's why Zachariah Brandt is going to be our game changer this year.
Yeah, I've been seeing a little footage on it, man. Even though everybody's saying, "Oh, well, they're in shorts and helmets," but like I tell you right now, that's part of the process.
Yeah.
Georgia.
Well, I think what makes. Go ahead, 3D. I'm sorry about that.
Right quick, but he's that guy. He's that guy. I want to see him, and I'm gonna say, I'm gonna let you go ahead. I want to see this dude, with some good plays called in the zone when the defense playing the zone against him.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. Yeah, if they play zone against him, man, it's over. It's a couple of content creators. I ain't gonna call them out, but that actually sat there and said that Zachariah is not gonna be what we think he's gonna be.
How do they know?
I'm like, wait a minute. What are you talking about? Did you not see one of the plays that we always go back to? And I know this is a different coaching staff, but we always go to a screen for some reason. We keep that in our arsenal. This is what Zachariah. If we do,
Hold on a minute, Cowboy. I just got one question. Have those content creators, have they been to a game recently?
I see what you try to do there.
Hey, but look.
I mean, is it yes or no?
Hey, look, check this out. check this out, man. I'm gonna be real with you, man. There is no way. I mean, what? Okay, now they said that he's not gonna be what we think they're gonna be.
Yeah.
So was there any conversation on what was going to cause him not to be a game changer or a playmaker? What was it? Oh,
Oh,
it was just y'all
that was my
think
point.
he'll be.
Yeah, that was my point. There was no well, one of them anyway. All he could say was, "Y'all just put too much emphasis on the new guy, the new height thing." And I'm like, dude, it's not even about height. You see what the ability is, man. You saw what he was doing at Georgia, right? You saw his stop and go speed, the yards after the catch. If he catches it, if you don't already have a man on him, he's gonna dissect your defense.
And you know, I'm sorry to cut you off, Cowboy, but
No, you good.
there's one thing you can't coach. Y'all know what it is?
Speed.
Speed.
Yeah.
You cannot. And he know what to do with his. He's man.
But
I told Dirty on draft night. In this, I was like, y'all, we just got us a X Factor playmaker superstar.
Right.
You did now, because you wanted him back.
Yeah. Now,
if y'all haven't seen the clip, all y'all have to do is go watch the Tennessee touchdown play off a little screen pass, and he burned about 6 defenders down the sideline.
Yeah.
You can't coach that.
And they were dialed in on him. They had him.
They bracketed him. They bracketed him.
Yeah.
But the problem is a lot of people get on the internet and they be talking outside of that, you know what, and they'll be knowing what they be talking about.
Yeah.
Well, I've been studying just the language of especially in the Falcon space, right? I hear a lot of people say, "Do your research," right?
What?
And there's different kinds of research too. If you're Googling and you're looking for answers to fit your narrative, then you're not researching.
Right.
That's not researching.
Right.
That's called fact finding.
Yeah.
Go
If
ahead.
we got this show called the Eye Test.
Go
Go ahead, Ron.
We got this show called the Eye Test. What do your eye tell you about the young man?
That's my thing right there. Yeah, I do the eye test, and I told somebody this last week. If you got a guy that studies cars and studies the race circuit and all of that, okay, he has all the numbers. But then you got this other guy that goes to the racetrack. He goes in the pits. He helps work. He helps the crews. He talks to the drivers and all of that. I'm gonna pay a little bit more attention to the guy that's going to the track.
Right.
Because whether people really understand this or not, and I'm not knocking nobody, you got a paid wall where you can pay and go get inside information, or you can get these free publications, and you're gonna get a third hand or fourth hand tweet or statement, or some of the stats might be fudged a little bit or whatever. You don't really know. So when you talking about do your research, yes, people tell me, man, you need to do your research. Man, I go to the games. That's all I can tell you. That's my research. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Look, let me give y'all a quick story. I know some of you guys remember Anton Smith.
Yeah.
Okay. In my fantasy league, I had the other running back for the Falcons. He got injured. And in that, he came in that game, and I had to make a decision what other running back I'm gonna get. And I seen a couple of plays. This cat ran, right. I said, let me go and throw him in there, man. Shoot, I ain't got nothing to lose. And we all know what Anton did for the next 4 or 5 games.
Right. Right.
And that pushed me right into the playoffs. This, you know what I'm saying? So all the stats. Now, if I had to look at the stats, I would have never picked him up.
Right.
If I had did that so-called research, I would have never picked this dude up. But because I was at the game And just like Ron just said, I was giving him the eye test. I picked that dude up. So, sometimes, the wording and the context, my pastor say that all the time, man. Context is everything.
Yeah.
So you have to really be careful of how you look at things based off of the information that you got. You got to look at the source. And I'm saying all that to say this. Back to Branch. This dude went to USC, transfer, and he ran routes at USC now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He ran routes. Came to Georgia, and they exploited another part of his game. So
Yeah.
really, what Georgia did was Georgia opened up another layer to Branch's game, in my opinion. Because this cat, man, I think he's gonna be a handful once they implement him into the offense.
Right.
And like Evan said, he possibly gonna be on special teams, and that's gonna be punt returns. That's gonna be something serious, boy.
Look out now.
What you gonna do with this
Even
cat?
But the
even
thing is,
on offense, how can you cover everybody on our offense? You can't.
you shouldn't be able to. But we
Right.
gotta get it. The thing is, this offense doesn't need to be a Tommy Reese system. It needs to be, how can I get my playmakers the ball and how I can make them get the best out of them. It shouldn't
Right.
be what you want to do. It should be how we can get our guys the ball and out in space.
Right,
So
right.
hopefully Reese does that, but time will tell. Like,
That's gonna be crazy. Hey, yeah,
because
here's the thing too. A lot of people don't pay attention. Well, I can say a lot of people don't pay attention to it, but that's worth taking note of is how quick Tua gets rid of the football. Right? Like, this offense is going to be made for Tua to get rid of the football within about 10 yards. Right? We're looking at Kyle Pitts, and I'm thinking that's one of the reasons why they signed him, because he's one of these guys that for some reason, after about 5 or 6 yards, he's open. Right? That works perfect for Tua. Then you got a Drake London. I mean, that goes without saying. Austin Hooper, for a guy his size, man, I'm not gonna say he can take the top off of defense, but he runs that seam route like crazy, and somehow or another he acts like he looks like a wide receiver too, as opposed to a tight end. And then you got Bijan Robinson, who's a prolific receiver out of the backfield. And whatever Jahan Dotson and Olamide Zaccheaus bring to the plate, that's just an added bonus. But Tua should be able to orchestrate like a well-oiled machine, man. With this offense, the two tight end set, just about every play is going to be a two tight end set with this 12, 13 man per offense. And
I saw Jonnu Smith had a career season with Tua. Why can't Kyle Pitts do that?
Exactly. Or Austin Hooper or Charlie Warner.
Well, Cowboy, you just gave the formula, bro.
Yeah,
If they spread that defense out, after your
We should be in shotgun. Sorry, Dirty, but we should be in shotgun every possession.
Well, it depends.
Okay, after your second best cover man, who gonna cover the other two?
Man, look.
Somebody explain it.
I want you to take a look at this now. I want you to take a look at this. Bijan in the backfield, Charlie Warner, Kyle Pitts on the end, or you can even go 3. You can go 13 and have 3 tight ends, and include Austin Hooper, Drake London, and maybe a Jahan Dotson on the outside. Look at all that weapon. Look at all that weaponry. So the key part for us this season is actually going to be establishing the offensive line protection, making sure that left-handed quarterback gets protected. Now, Tua, I'm not going to look for him to have no Michael Vick moments, right? But Tua definitely can go out and get 5 or 6 yards, push for the first down, right? But Why would he be able to need to do that?
He's
He's
not
going
gonna
to
have
have weapons at his disposal. So if we protect him, we're going to be good. If we protect Tua, or even Penix, if it come down to it, if Penix is the one that started, if we protect these guys, if we give them just a half a second more of protection, if they need it, if we just give them a half protection more, how much more dominant will they be to have that much more time to process? Now, Michael Penix, the one thing that he has to work on in that passing game is that short yardage. Everybody knows defense is going to play him on the long ball because they know how big of an arm he has. But where they're going to test him at is the same place they did tested Michael Vick, and that was being able to put that little touch on the ball for that 5 to 8 yard, for that receiver that's going 5 to 8 yards. They're going to give him that just to see if he's going to be able to do it. And if Penix can't do it, well, Tua can. But if Penix can't do it, that's where defenses know they have us on offense. And they showed that last year. Now, Tua, if they try to play Tua like that, they in trouble. They are in trouble, especially if the offensive line, like I said, if they protect him, but they have to protect him. I just think that's all he needed in Miami. A lot of people say he need more than that. They're saying he trash. But I think he just needed that much more protection to be able to, even with the Tyreek Hill. Because as fast as Tyreek Hill was, he wasn't the fastest at getting open. He fought with his cornerbacks and safety before he was able to get open. Whereas Zachariah Branch, Bijan Robinson, Kyle Pitts, they ain't giving you a chance to fight. They're gonna get open quick. And Tua is that guy that's gonna go. He has that process of getting rid of the ball quick. As a matter of fact, I think he's even faster than Michael Penix. So that's probably why he's going to be number one. In my book, I think he's going to be number one. It's over. I think it's Tua all day long.
I hope so.
Man, I'm gonna say this because Cowboy, did you see my video I put out the other day?
Which one?
While I'm going through the first 4 games.
Yeah. I think I had commented on. I believe.
Man, I'm gonna tell you what though, because I'm working on the second one right now. That's why I ain't been talking a whole lot.
Okay.
Man, doing this has honestly kind of changed my mind on who I think needs to be starting at quarterback.
Yeah.
It's really I looking at this, man. I think it makes sense if Tua is starting at this point. Man, you can't look. You can't, and that's not to say I still don't want to see Penix succeed, man. I do, but hey,
Right.
man, I'm looking at you got these big games coming up. You got obviously, man. You got like I said, that Carolina game is the most important game of the season. You got to win that Panthers game. You got a Monday night game in New Orleans. You got obviously Sunday night versus Baltimore. You got San Francisco coming back up through here. You got you're facing the Chiefs. You're facing all these teams this year. You're facing Detroit, Chicago, all these teams, man, that you gotta face. I just think, man, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Tua gives this team the best chance to win right now. He
I think
does.
so.
And
Yeah.
and look, man, that's not look. That's not to say that I don't if Michael Penix is starting that I'd be upset at it or anything. But
Yeah.
at this point, man, I look. I think it makes sense if it's Tua, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Like I've been saying, if Tua is
Mm-hmm.
starting, and Tua proves that he can be the guy moving forward, then
Right.
I think we need to go ahead and we need to see what we can get from another team
Get
for
out of
Michael
Penix.
Penix. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I said that. Yeah.
We need to look this whole and you need to go. You need to see what you got in Jack Strand, man. You need to see what you got in this kid.
Oh, look, they are speaking raised. They are literally glazing Jack Strand right now in camp.
And
They
and
saying this
check
kid is looking phenomenal.
and check this out. Here's the thing with Jack Strand. Jack Strand
Mhm.
is actually the quarterback that this regime has the most stock in.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Think
I
about it.
like the kid, man.
They didn't draft Penix, and Tua's here on $1 million deal. They're paying him the minimum.
Yeah,
Jack Strand
yeah.
is the kid. I'm not going to say something crazy like, well, they're developing Jack Strand to be the starter. I don't think that's the case.
No,
I
no,
think
no.
but they are trying to develop him and see if he can become a solid backup.
Yeah, for sure.
He
Why
fits the
wouldn't they?
bill.
Yeah,
He fits the bill.
yeah,
He's a prototypical project. Nope. How many injuries? Do they talk about his injuries?
Nope.
Do they talk about his speed?
Nope.
Arm?
Nope.
They just talking about his footwork.
They talk about that footwork.
And D2.
Yeah.
And we've already talked about that.
Yeah.
He played at a school that ran a wing T, so he
Mhm.
didn't throw the ball much in high school. So that going to that D1 school where they allowed him to develop, that was the best thing for him. That's why his
Right.
footwork is not where it needs to be, because his muscle memory is not totally there yet. But
Exactly.
now he's with a team, and he's in a position to where that he can get the best tutelage
Right.
that he needs to be able to compete in the NFL for a job.
Exactly. And
So,
look, we got the best, I think,
man,
the best quarterback coach in the NFL.
is he a coach,
Alexander
a
Pelt.
good coach, or he's a good developer?
Both. That's what I
Both.
mean. That's
Okay.
what I mean. That's what I mean.
Okay.
Alex Van Pelt, right? He's been around a minute, and he's one of the best in the league. Him and Bill Callahan has done themselves justice being in the NFL. And like I said, I think he's going to fall in love with Jack Strand. I think he is. I mean, I've fallen in love with him, and I have not seen a guy like really play a game outside of what you see in the highlights. But just from what I saw, what I've seen, I think it's worth, like Chandler said, I think it's worth trying to exercise, seeing what we got in Penix. Whether or not is he going to be legit.
So someone in the comments said, y'all like facts. Tua was undefeated at 32-0 when Miami held the other team to 21 points or under.
Yeah. Look, it has.
And hold on. If that is true, true, then yeah, Tua needs to be started.
Yeah. 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 Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Hey, I wonder who came into the meeting and said, "Hey, we got this kid down in this D2 school we need to look at."
Yeah.
Who you talking about?
Hey, somebody, whoever it is, did their job.
Them scouts go deep, man. They go deep. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey man,
you got some people that just absolutely love the underdog too. They go look at the underdog first and then go look at the big names. But like you said, whoever found that kid, man, I think they did the Falcons justice. I mean, you talking about a big kid that has a big heart, smart, got a nice arm, accurate. And look, don't get it twisted. It's not like he could have played he couldn't play D1. He chose not to play D1.
Right.
He chose not to play D1. I got the list of schools. I got it wrote down in my notebook. But the schools that I know, Auburn was one of them that wanted Jack Strand. He turned down Auburn. He chose to go play D2. Now, people talk about his footwork, but the best quarterback, arguably the best quarterback ever to play the game, as long as he played, he never did develop his footwork. Go figure that. Tom Brady never did develop his footwork. He never did. Go back. If you don't believe it, go back and look at it. His footwork looks about as unsettling as a hooker in church. I'm telling you.
Trying to keep that skirt down.
Yeah. How how she get in church and the whole time she pulling on the hem of her skirt trying to get to cover her legs, cover her knees. She ain't used to that. She knew that that she used to kids sitting there with her legs open.
But see the thing of it is, right? Those were the people that deal with analytics and all of that. Those are the guys that talked about his footwork. And yes, the mechanics are important.
Yeah.
But they got you stepping over these pads and you got to keep your head downfield and all of that. That's cool.
Right.
But that's almost like having a lion in a zoo versus having him out there in the safari.
Yeah.
I mean, out there in the brush.
Yeah.
It's two different things. So, but
now arguably, I ain't gonna say arguably because it is facts. You know who else they said didn't have good footwork coming out of college?
Who was that?
Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan.
Well, you know, Matt Ryan he didn't have a lot of foot movement though.
Yeah.
If you think about
it. Matt's attribute was his smartness, his head on his shoulders. And that's why I liked him. I saw that part. Yeah. And like it wasn't like he was a Doug Flutie. You know what I mean? And see, like Jack Strand, Doug Flutie had like arguably the biggest heart in college football from a quarterback of his ability. He had the biggest heart in college football I've ever seen. But Jack Strand has that, and then Matt Ryan, and with a Cam Newton size.
But what big quarterback that's over 6'3", 6'4" that got good footwork?
Right.
Somebody bring it. Somebody give me a name now. I'm just asking.
Right.
You know, them guys like Bryce and all them boys, they little bitty dudes. So yeah, they got good footwork. That's why tight ends can't. That's why tight ends can't run as good of routes as wide receivers.
Yeah.
Because they're just big.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. See, to me, I'm kind of partial to these players that played in the Midwest, up north and Midwest. I love those players. But those are players that had to battle the cold. They had to battle tornado weather. They had to battle the terrible. Look, they didn't have good stadiums over there in the Midwest. They don't have good stadiums in the Midwest.
Right.
There are not many schools that does. So to come and play into a place like Mercedes-Benz, oh, man. I mean, those guys have been through the grit already. That's why I love, like, big Samoan guys, the guys that are from the Midwest, big Samoans. I love those guys.
Right.
Like anytime those guys get into the draft, I'm glazing them. Because those are football players, man. I mean, I haven't seen one yet that has come through a big Samoan, whether offense or defense, come through the NFL and did not become great athletes. And I see what's the name Tanker in the chat. He said Josh Allen. Yeah, Josh Allen played over at San Diego State.
Shoot,
Midwest.
Somewhere in Wyoming, I think.
Yeah. Was it Wild? No, it wasn't Iowa. That's what I think that's what Josh Allen played at. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was Iowa. But he's a big guy. I think Jack Strand is better than Josh Allen.
Well, look, but that's the thing though. You get these quarterbacks, man, and they, that's the thing though. It's a low risk thing. You see what you can do with them. Hey, man, how was y'all's fourth?
Hey, man, can't complain about it, man. I sat through it.
Oh, I know. You were on the grill all day.
No, sir. Absolutely not. My family got invited. I say my sons them did. They got invited to hang out with their friends. So me and my wife, we were like, hey, we're gonna take advantage of that. The house is empty. So we took advantage of it.
Okay.
Yeah, we took advantage of it. Peaceful house. I'm like, man, this is what it's gonna be like when they move out.
Hey,
So
bro, and that like,
they still living with you?
Yeah, they had to. Yeah, one had a grandchild, one had a baby. You know, he had to move back. So I was like, yo, that's all well and good. You know, it's about saving money. It's about having to live in babysitters. Uh, you know, but it's a means to an end. Get back
Cowboy,
to where he's going.
the more you talk, the more you reveal. Cause now, man, hey, we know you got that damn 6-bedroom mansion over there.
Absolutely
well,
not.
they had 3 boys there, so that he had a pretty big house anyway.
Absolutely
Yeah.
not. I had to get. No, I had to make it work. I had
Yeah,
to give up. I had to give up my man cave. And my wife had to give up her office. So, now we're sharing her office, and my man cave stuff is packed up in boxes. I didn't want them messing up my stuff, so it's all packed up, and some of it got brought into my office, and the other is packed up in boxes. Yeah. I think y'all can have the room. You just ain't gonna mess up with my stuff now. Nah,
exactly.
yeah. So, but yeah, man, it's just a means to an end. Look, this is what a lot of parents. No, I'm not gonna say I made the best decision, but it was a decision that'll benefit them in the long run. But
It
it's
was a
a
good
means for them
decision,
to
man. Trust me.
save their money. Look, they still got to do what they got to do. You know what I mean? But there's a means for them to save their money. And look, I'm still a parent at the end of the day. I sleep better knowing where my kids are. I say they're kids because they're mine, but I sleep better at night. Like when they were out on their own, man, I don't really sleep now, but it was real worse, especially how things have gotten down in the street. My mind always stayed on them. You know, people say, well, you got to leave it. You got to just pray about it and leave it in the hands of the Lord. That's easier said than done. You know, when you got 3 sons
Right.
there, you know, so I always like knowing where they are. You know, that's just me. I'm just that war reward man. I'm a parent at the end of the day, so I never stop parenting. So,
But yeah,
but yeah,
you had a good fourth man.
Oh, me? Oh, I didn't really. I mean, not other than just being, knowing where I stand. As far as my experiences with being in the armed forces and all of that. I reflected on that, but as far as the celebrations and stuff, man, I really didn't get into it. I didn't get into the fireworks and all of that,
yeah,
and the grilling and all of that because I'm more of a when I do stuff now, man. I kind of do things according to how can I say it? The meaning, having some meaning and some substance behind it. And this weekend, man, I reflected on a lot of people, man. They don't really outside of them being off. Some people do family reunions and people get paid time off and stuff like that. People don't really um have no idea really what the Independence Day,
right,
because most people call it the 4th of July,
yeah,
but what Independence Day is all about, and it's different for different demographic of people.
mm-hmm.
But it's supposed to be more than just a day to do fireworks and be off of work and
Yeah,
things of that nature.
yeah,
You know, it's about a lot of people don't even know what independence is.
yeah, true that.
They don't understand the effects of what comes with that.
Yeah,
So, um, so that's pretty much what I did, man. I just thought about my stint in the military and what I've witnessed and endured overseas and being in combat and and how things are here
mm-hmm.
and as much junk as people talk.
Yeah, yeah,
Um, this country has a lot of advantages that I didn't see in other countries.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So,
Well,
some of them.
and
Go ahead.
okay, because this was the 250th year, right? And
Mhm.
it didn't feel like no big deal. Man, I don't know if you were old enough for a cowboy, but I don't know if you remember, but OG, I know you got to remember, man, for the bicentennial, it was a huge celebration, right?
Oh man, bicentennial was huge, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, bicentennial was huge. Um, it was like, man, it was celebrated. Even Richard Pryor did an album.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. It's hard to find, but yeah, even Richard Pryor did a album, a comedy album, you know, and he kind of, did a lighter side of it. But yeah, it was different than it is now, But part of it is, man, and I know a lot of people don't like to talk about this, but I think a lot of it is how the state that the country's in right now in this transition
Yeah.
that the new I call him commander in chief
Yeah.
is going with,
Mm-hmm.
and right now, this transition has been hard on a lot of people. So I think everybody's kind of just looking out for themselves, so to speak, and they just kind of doing their own thing, and we're not coming together in the community,
Yeah.
At this time, you
Yeah.
know.
I saw the reality. Of course, I saw the steps leading up to, but I saw the reality of where this country has landed, and I couldn't believe it until I saw it. And I don't know if you guys saw, but on the news the other day, there's this group called the Patriot Front, and I actually hate to talk about it because now I'm giving them clout right now. I'm giving them their
Are you talk about the white? You
but
talk about the white nationalists,
yeah, yeah,
the ones that marched
and
through D.C. Yeah, that was.
exactly,
I don't.
exactly. And
Was it like
what's
400 of them?
man, it looked like it was more because they marched like it was literally a parade, but it was like 400 or so. And these guys, when they were allowed to march through, that not only were they allowed to march through, right, knowing their stance, knowing what we're trying to keep from going back to, right? Because listen, if they think that they're going to take this thing back to where it used to be, they got another thing coming. And what's sad is they don't realize that there are a lot of people out here already looking for that confrontation. They're looking for a reason to do it. So to sit there and say they're going to take it back, I hope they got the heart for it. Because a lot of people don't have a heart to pull that trigger. It takes somebody with a mindset to pull a trigger. Anybody can buy a gun, right? But it takes a mindset to pull that trigger. And a lot of these guys are people who are there in that part of that group because they got friends in there, they got neighbors there, they got family in there, but they're not in there for the same reason that that their counterpart is. They don't want to be labeled the scapegoat or that outside guy because their friend is in there or their family member is in there. But what was so crazy about this is normally, now I know like years ago when the KKK did their little march, they didn't have that protection. The KKK just went and marched, no permission, no nothing. They just marched. But the KKK also marched in a part of town where they know wasn't going to get any grief or backlash. Now this Patriot Front group, not only did they have protection, if you look at the footage, all of that protection were people of color. That was so crazy about it.
They have
And
protection.
look, I realized people like the police escorts, the security escorts, and all that type of stuff. As they marched, it was people of color. Now, look, I know everybody has to have a job. Everybody got to work. You know, everybody can't just like, hey, I turn down the opportunity to make money. But if that was me, and if I'm in law enforcement, and that group came marching down, and they assigned me to go be an escort for that group, or be a protector for them, or protect. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Now, I mean, of all days, the 250th anniversary, excuse me, the 250th anniversary, you know, celebration. And then that's telling me, I don't know how other people gonna see it, but that's telling me this is marking the day of the beginning of the end.
Yeah, because those cats that did that,
Yeah.
like I said, people don't really understand what's going on. So they just go out there, like you said, I'm just going to make this money.
Yeah.
But they don't realize what the symbol that they're setting by doing that.
Yep.
Like, hey,
and
they ain't mad. Why you mad? I didn't say I was mad.
Yeah, they say I was mad. I'm not mad.
I didn't say I was mad.
They can march on.
They can march on, but I'm not gonna be, because you know, like Martin Luther King said one time, closed mouths sometimes shows betrayal. So you might as well just there doing your job. About somebody seeing you there, just like you saw him there. You made a statement without saying a word.
Yeah. Yeah. And see that too, the fact that the KKK, well, I ain't gonna say the KKK, I'm gonna say them, because the KKK was the same thing. But even during this time, you saw how they were dressed. They had the khaki pants on, black shirt, with the face covering. They had the ski mask type face covering. With a lot of them wore shades. And if you did all that to hide your identity, that tells you right there, you know something is wrong. If you're gonna stand 10 toes down on your belief, then do that. Don't hide behind it. But that's the part that's gonna get you hurt. That's the part that's gonna be like, people gonna be like, oh, okay, now you a part of them.
Right.
You know.
That's the beauty of this damn country too. That is the beauty, though. You can have whatever. Listen, in a lot of other countries, the government they'll prosecute you for saying one thing out of line. But the beauty in this country is, no matter how big or small it is, you are largely entitled to have your own belief. But at the same time, especially if it's something like that, man, you know, hey, don't be shocked when someone want to come and bust you in your mouth.
Yeah. And see, like now you got, some of us, like Martin Luther King did. Martin Luther King wanted to do without violence, right? But today and this time, these young kids, they're not going to respond like Martin Luther King did, because they're going to look at it as you coming to try to take something from me that's mine. They don't care what it is. You got these people shooting just because you looked at them kind of crazy. And now here you are coming talking about, you coming to taking something on mine? I mean, you would think, I mean, here it's 2026. Yeah. It's 2026. And you would think people by now would come to their senses about how this country is. Right? And like 330 touched on. And people who have been across seas knows exactly what we're talking about. How different it is across seas. Now, look, United States is one of those countries. You know, you got that freedom to do whatever you want. Some of those decisions might come with consequences, but you got that freedom to do whatever you want. Now, in other countries, that freedom may cost you your life, not just freedom off the street. It'll cost you your life.
Yeah, man, because they're eliminating the death penalty in a lot of states now.
Yeah.
Which
You
I which
you
I
you saw that
wh-
that girl? She's still in jail over there in uh,
Dubai, is it?
Dubai. Yeah, Dubai. She's still in jail. I
Man,
think she got 5 years.
and check
All
this
because she
out. In Dubai, if you go and steal something, they're chopping your hand off that you stole it with.
yeah.
That's
The
how
hand
that.
that you stole it with.
And see, that's man. These motherfuckers in America. This is my thing. All right, we know. Look, everyone knows that this ain't no damn perfect country. There's no such thing as a perfect country, but we know America is no damn perfect country. Okay,
Right.
we understand that, but this is the greatest country on earth. And see these people, this is what gets me. The people that will come out on television and they'll chant things like death to America and they'll just spit on the core American values, you know man, you don't even realize that you're actually in probably the only country on earth where you can do that and you don't have to worry about anything happening to you.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
But and see another thing is, and actually, the word for the day, well, the message that I got today, and when I went to worship service was, the pastor talked about being free, freedom and liberty and pursuit of happiness.
Right.
And he brought up the fact that a lot of people, the stain on the United States
Mm-hmm.
pretty much was that in a lot of people's mind that, oh yeah, they had slavery was here and, had the guys and, had certain demographic of people in bondage and, that's such a shameful time. But then he brought it up. He said even in biblical days there were slaves.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, you know, people of color wasn't the only slaves
Right.
over time. Not saying that, not to downplay it, but the African Americans are not the only people that were slaves.
And
Right.
listen, man, everyone who is in America today, more likely than not, has been at some point or another, has had each and every ancestor. I don't care if you're black or you're white or you're Mexican. Every one of our ancestors have been slaves at some point.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Slavery
so
still exists today too, by the way. By the way,
Yeah.
you do something stupid and you go to prison in America, you're technically a slave.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
you're property of the state or whatever you want to call it. But again, but by saying that, freedom, and this is what he was talking about. Freedom is a mindset
Yeah.
because you can be in prison and be free if if you know the truth, because the
Right.
truth will make you free. So that was the thing that I picked up today, and I was like, "Oh, that's a good way to look at it." You could be in a bad situation, man, but if your
Mm.
mindset is right, you still free.
Yeah.
Then you can do these other things, pursuit of happiness. Um, to a certain extent, I can't remember a time when I was stopped in pursuing the things that I wanted to pursue.
Right.
I went in the military, I did my time, I got out, and I moved around a little bit, but then I kind of, tapped in on what I thought was going to be work for me.
Mm.
And the only issue that I had were the issue that I created.
Right.
So, um, but that's just me. You got a lot of people that, look at things a different way. Just like one thing about me, I'm not a big politician guy, but I will discuss politics,
Yeah.
but you got a lot of people, man, we ain't supposed to talk about politics. And nobody can tell me why. Why not? Why
Yeah.
we can't talk about
Why not?
politics?
Yeah.
Why we can't discuss your issues, what you believe in, and what I believe in? Because
Especially
I found out that you know way back in the day it wasn't no Republicans and Democrats. Now, they came up with that later on. I don't know when, but way back,
Oh,
it wasn't Democrats and Republicans. And
it was
then when it
it
started
was
out,
one party.
okay, so then most of the blacks now are Democrats traditionally. But then back in the day, traditionally the blacks were Republicans. And I don't know what year it was, but I heard there was a big switch.
yeah. That was
Oh,
mostly during the time of the
civil rights era. I think
yeah,
that's
civil rights
when,
era and the
and it was somewhere.
Black Wall Street.
It happened between It happened between the really. It started with FDR. Before FDR, black
Yeah.
people voted not essentially all Republican. But I think FDR kind of, because of all the progressive programs, which you see nowadays, a lot of the progressives are self-identified socialists. They'll actually go back to FDR's policies, and things like that. Even though once again, it's a very different time, but you know that's where it all started. What was with FDR, and then I think it kind of you know was solidified during the '60s with all the legislation, and then and then the Great Society.
And I think another issue is that, and I know it didn't happen for me, but around the dinner table, man, ain't nobody talk about no politics.
Nope.
You know, I mean, it's just one of those things, man. How do we learn about politics? We learn on our own. We learn through
True.
through media, through people talking in the streets, people talking on the job.
True.
Yeah, school, and then they pretty much tell you, you know, depending on who you're talking to, they be like, oh man, yo, we all us we vote. Make sure you vote Democrat now.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you what I did this year now for locally.
Uh-huh.
I went and looked at, because I said I was gonna change how I did things. I've became more of an independent. I
Right.
don't care what your party is. I don't care if you not doing nothing. Like the people that had been long standing in these positions.
Mm-hmm. Ain't nothing
If
changed.
if they ain't did nothing, I didn't vote for them. I'm
Right.
sorry.
Yeah.
They said, well, how you know the other person gonna be better? I said, well,
You don't.
I won't be insane.
You know one thing, the person who been in there, he ain't gonna continue to do nothing.
He ain't gonna continue to do nothing, and that's insanity.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Keep
see,
voting, keep voting for these motherfuckers, and they just there collecting a check, and they ain't looking out for me. I can't
Mhm.
even I can't even make a call up to downtown and make nothing happen over here on my street.
Yeah.
You coming up out of there, buddy?
and
Yeah.
see
If I can
that
help you.
there's something in politics that's honestly it's called, man, and you see it with a lot. I think in a lot of instances, just in general, and I don't think this is. I think honestly, politics, especially when you look at these career politicians,
Right.
they keep their vote. I'm gonna put it straight up. They keep their voters on their plantation.
Oh, for sure.
They keep them on their
Sure.
plantation. That
Yeah.
that's been the thing, and just everyone's trying to figure out, well, Trump's done this, and this. How did Trump get elected twice? The
Right.
reason Trump got elected twice is because a lot of people, no matter how outrageous Trump might have been, how crazy he may have seemed, People were tired of seeing the same faces for so many years. Think about it. Biden was in government for 50 years, and a lot of people really had not seen him do anything. One of his major accomplishments was a crime bill. The Clintons, same thing. Bush family, same thing. So that's why Trump is in office. That's why he got in office the first time.
I just don't trust politicians. Period. I mean,
They're for themselves. They're not for the people.
My
they're not for the
vision is
people.
that to be a politician, you had to become a great liar, a great thief, and yet learn how to cheat.
Oh yeah.
If you didn't do none of those, and this goes back to Obama too. He's not clean, but if you're a politician, you're gonna lie to get into the position where you at. Once you're in there, you're gonna cheat the system somehow to make it fit you.
It's the same way that this dude in New York. What's the mayor's name in New York? What you know, OG, you know his name in New York? Mamdani. Mamdani. That's his name.
Okay.
That's how he got elected.
Yeah.
And guess what he did? That was a genius move. He was reaching out to the young people.
Playing on the people. I'm
Look,
not gonna get caught up in politics
Trump
anymore.
don't like him do it.
Say what?
That's the one that Trump don't like, ain't it?
Oh, the one in New York? Yeah.
Shoot, but he's went to the Oval Office a few times.
Yeah. I mean, Trump got to put on a good face because I mean he's losing popularity everywhere. So he got to put on a good face, whether he like it or not. He got to put on that smile. And I mean, politicians got to do that because they can't turn away from the camera. Anything you do unbecoming while you're in office, no matter whether you're president, vice president, Senate, the House, wherever, anything you do, any kind of facial expression you give, they're gonna blow it up to fit their narrative. Media is what it is. So you got to be careful when you in the light like that. It's not like you're a celebrity or an athlete or whatever, famous athlete. It's different when you're a politician, right? Your facial expression, it will become a meme at some point. If so you got to put on a straight face. You got to, like we were talking about earlier, got to have that poker face, or you got to just smile and nod through it.
Well, but here
I just don't like the position.
Here's the difference though between Trump
I
and
know,
almost any other politician.
Necessary.
The difference between Trump and every other really politician that has kind of come through is Trump has been known for decades now. He's been a celebrity. He's been famous. People have known about this guy long before he ran for president.
5 decades.
And the dude is at the point. I really don't think he cares. He don't care, especially in this term, because he doesn't have to run for re-election again. He's 80 years old, and man, the thing is, even though he's been hated for the past 10 years by, I would say, and now I think it's becoming an increasing number because a lot of people are finding out that, this dude really isn't, all that he sold them. For the first 69 years of his life, 68 years of his life, this dude was essentially universally loved. He was on all the talk shows. He was the king of New York. He had The Apprentice. He was in the movies. He was making money. He had the name. He had the brand. This dude was,
and he was in a lot of rap songs too.
He was in a lot. Yeah. Everyone's talking about being like Donald Trump.
Yeah, being like Trump.
And that's what man. There was a song released, something like be like Trump or up like Trump or something. It was released right before he announced he was running for president the first time.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But see, my thing about this, what then went down with this administration, is how in the world did all these people lose these jobs?
Yeah. Yeah. See, that's my problem right there. I don't care what you plan on doing, what your vision is. You got to first take care of the people that's taking care of you, right? It's like you managing. It's no different from managing a fast food restaurant than running the government. You're just dealing with it on a greater scale, far greater scale, right? But you still got to take care of the people. Your people got to come first. If your country, you running the country and your people are starving, your people can't afford to, now I'm gonna say sleep because you got to work all the doggone time. But but if your people are suffering, you're not a good leader. You are not a good leader. I don't care what you're doing as far as on the politics side, what you're doing with other countries. If your people, and I'm talking about people of all colors, nationalities that are in your country, in the United States, I'm going to use them for example. If your people are struggling, your people are falling, are living on the street, your people, and I'm talking about the masses, are living on the street, right? And regardless of whatever reason, because there are a lot of people out there that say, hey, if people living on the street, they put themselves in that own predicament. Okay, fine. Let's get them out of that predicament. And now if they revert back to getting in that situation, then that's on them. But there are a lot of people that are on the street because they have no choice. Right? Yeah, things happen to a lot of people. Things bad happen to a lot of people in this country. Everybody goes through something different. Whatever reason they got on the street is there. But for the most part, I can say for the most part, but for the masses, if your people are suffering on the street, your people can't afford to eat, provide for their children, get an education, a proper education. Let me put it like that. That's free. A proper education that's free. The only thing that we should be paying in education is getting these teachers paid correctly, but they are severely underpaid. But that's another show. But yeah, man, you got to take care of the people first, man. Your people. Look at Dubai. Look at Dubai. The crime is low. Healthcare is free, and if they paying anything out of their pocket in healthcare, it's like under $20. There's no charge for healthcare, and they're not the only country that's like that.
Well, but let me ask you a question though. What is the cost to just move and live in Dubai, to buy a house in Dubai? What is the cost?
Well, it's expensive. It's expensive. Now, look,
okay.
Dubai has resources that enables the government to be able to provide free healthcare. They got that oil over there. So with that oil, just the taxes on the oil alone is paying for the country of Dubai's medical care. So they can afford to do that.
It is expensive.
But there are other countries out there. Yeah. Yeah. Say again.
It is expensive to live over there, right?
It is. It is. But here's the thing now. There's like two or three parts to Dubai, right? And it's separated by classes of people. You got the super rich, the rich, and then you got what they call the countryside, which is like our state of living. It's not super poor, and that's not saying they don't have a poor section over there, because they do. But for the most part, everybody's living a comfortable life. And I'm not saying comfortable as in they don't have to worry about bills and stuff like that. I mean comfortable as in they got a roof over their head. Homelessness is not really a thing over there. I'm not saying crime don't happen over there, because it does. But there's structure over there. Yeah. There's structure over there. There's accountability, discipline. Hence the reason why your young lady over there is still over there in prison, because she yelled at a man. Can you imagine in the United States if we had that law here in the United States? A woman yells at a man in
Oh
public.
my God. Every damn woman would be doing what they do best out in the streets,
Man,
bitching, and we wouldn't look. Us men wouldn't be able to get any sleep if we passed a law like
look,
that.
look, look, and you know, women. I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say there are a lot of women out there that if it's behind closed doors, they won't say a peep, but they'll wait till you get in public and want to put on one heck of a show. You know what I mean? They put on a show just so they can be seen. And look, I ain't got no problem. I have no problem with women. I love women, right? But you can be seen and not heard. We see you. You see you. You don't have to go over the top for us to see you. We see you. You can just walk by.
Oh,
you
yeah,
could be
just walk by.
You could be the most unattractive, the most broke, worst dressed woman in the world. You just walk by a man, that man sees you. He may not acknowledge you, but he sees you. You are seen. Women, ladies, you are seen. That is not the problem. The problem with a lot of women today, they want to be heard, they want to be seen, they want to be coddled, they want to be taken care of. Which, look, if you're married, then you go get that from your husband, right? But every man is not going to give you that attention that you are seeking. If that guy just turns around and he decides he wants to give you that attention, then that's a different story. But not every man going to give you the attention that you're seeking. Now, if you're not getting it at home and you're mad about that, and you come out in the street and then you mad at this guy because he's not going to give you that attention, he didn't come up to you and try to flirt with you. And see, I'm that type of guy. I speak to just about anybody. My wife always say I'm flirting, but I speak to just about
everybody too, bro.
If I make eye contact with you,
I acknowledge them.
Yeah, I'm speaking.
Just acknowledgement. That's all it is.
That's it. But you know, women nowadays they want to be seen and not in a good way. And look, ladies, I'm not saying all women are like that. I'm just saying in general what we're seeing, in the social media, what we're seeing on TV.
You know what's going on, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not calling out all women because I know all women are not like that.
All right, check this out, because I can speak on this better because I'm like I say, I'm younger than both of y'all, and I see it especially with the younger women. I think a lot of these women that do have the chemicals right in their brain and they're not invested in the LGBTQ stuff. A lot of them, they do want a man that's going to protect them. They want masculinity. But a lot of these women also have a trait of what they want out of men that contradicts that, which is they want a man to be masculine, protect them, do all these things, but then they want to neuter that man down to program their thoughts.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I'm going to be honest with y'all, and maybe y'all, well, I'll put it this way. I think, yes, in this, especially today in this world, you have to have a level of sensitivity towards, and everyone has that sensitive spot. But so many women in today's world, they want men masculine, but they also equally want them sensitive like them. And that can't happen. A man cannot be as sensitive as a woman.
Right.
And if they are as sensitive as a woman, they're never, in my opinion, they're never going to be able to provide. They're never going to be able to do things that a traditional masculine man can do.
Right. And look, guys, gentlemen, men, young men, I'm going to tell you, take it from an OG, take it from me, take it from somebody who knows, been around for a minute. There should never, ever be a time where a man, a real man, crashes out. Never. Now you may lose your temper. You may get upset, but to crash out like a lot of these women are doing today, A lot of what I see in a lot of these young men doing, they snapping their neck worse and harder than some of these women are doing. They snapping their fingers. What they call it, two snaps up in a circle or whatever they doing,
Oh,
whatever. Look,
you talk about displaying the female traits now.
exactly,
Well,
exactly.
those are feminine men, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Feminine men are, I think, doing the most damage to this world right now, along with women that don't have any religious guiding.
Right, right, yeah. See, and like I'm not gonna, because I know a lot of people. There are different religions, that's probably listening right now, right? So I'm not going to dive into that, but at the same time, I think that's what's missing in a lot of people's lives. That
Look,
base
I'm
of
at the point.
religion.
I don't care what your religion is.
Yeah,
I don't care if you're wearing a hijab. But the thing that is killing this
yeah,
world is the atheists. And I don't want to go out
yeah.
and say the Satan worshippers, but also know that even if those people aren't, really it's the atheists. It's the people that really have
Right,
no that don't have any religious guy and they reject religion altogether. They're the ones
right.
polluting the world. I'm going to be honest with you. Politics has gotten bigger than religion in this country, and it's caused
Obviously,
a damn problem.
yeah, yeah. And look, this is not, atheists are a part of the problem, right? But you also got to have to include the people who call themselves Christian but don't act like Christians.
That's true too. Yeah.
You know what I mean? They got they call themselves Christians. They got the cross on their neck. Uh, and some of them are the biggest heathens, the worst the worst revelers that you will ever see. I
Well,
mean, they're the loudest. They're the most rambunctious, most ratchetest. I don't know if you saw the uh carnival cruise. This young lady, she had a cross on her neck. She had a cross on her neck. Now, everything that this security staff did was trying to do to calm this lady down, and you could see the cross on her neck. It was boldly obvious, because they kept panning in her face. But it stuck out to me because the more these people tried to diffuse the situation, the worse it got. And the first thing that came to my mind is, you got that cross on your neck, but you look like Satan. She's acting like Satan.
so
And she
that's
could,
that's the Antichrist.
yeah, she could very well be the very nicest person in the world when you talk to her. But at that moment, she did not look like what she had on her neck. Now look, and this is all I'm gonna say about religion, because like I said, I don't want to offend anybody. But if your religion does not change you, have you thinking about what you say? Have you thinking about what you do, what you wear, how you approach people, how you treat people? If your religion does not change you in that aspect or those aspects, you need to do some more diving.
Yeah, and
You need
and
to
you
do some
need
more diving. Because I'm gonna tell
and
you, I'm not gonna
you got to
I'm
live
not I'm not
life freely. You got to. You only live once. So I understand. You have to live life freely. But at the same time, you at least got to let it guide you. You got to think
yeah,
about it a little bit. I'm not
yeah,
look. I'm not saying that you got to go everywhere, button up, collar white t-shirt. Because man,
right.
I hate dressing up. I hate dressing up, man. But
Hmm.
it's at least got to guide you a little. It's got to guide you just a little bit. And when you realize you make mistakes, you got to realize it's a mistake, and you got to go and you got to pray to God, or you got to try to, man, I got to get to church again soon. You got to
Yeah,
try to go to church or do something,
right.
because man, those are really the things, man, that I think are important and keen to this world. Is
Hmm.
this world doesn't have any religion. It doesn't. And you know That's something I've realized is a major problem in this world. There's no religion. People don't have religion, and people that do
Mm-hmm.
have religion are getting crucified by the atheists. Some of those people will say, well, I mean, I believe in God, so and so, but you're crucifying someone mainly because, check this out, there's actually a celebrity,
Mm-hmm.
and she's, I know she's a woman, I can't think of her name, but everyone attacks her because, oh, she was a Trump supporter, she was a Trump supporter.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she did vote for Trump. That okay, whatever. But the thing is, you know why people believe she's a Trump supporter? Because she's living by Christian values. That's why.
Imagine that.
And the people that and the people that are you know trying to bring her down. Some of these people, they say that she's worked with for a long time. These are people that you can just tell they don't have any true religion. They don't believe. They might say they believe in religion just enough to hold off further backlash, but we know
Right.
they're atheists. We know it,
Right.
and we know that the godless thoughts of society, which I think has allowed, man, especially this whole. I'm gonna be honest with you. The fact that the LGBTQ. See, I'm gonna be honest with you. One thing that I am very glad Trump did is that he cut an end to a lot of to all the LGBTQ shit. I'm glad he
Mm-hmm.
did it. Very, very glad he did it. I'm glad the White House is not lit up in those rainbow colors. Should be lit up in American colors before it's lit up in any rainbow colors.
But truthfully though, I'm the least of my worries, to be honest with you, are atheists. They're the least of my atheists. I mean, least of my worries. Atheists don't bother me. At least I know where they stand. Right? My gripe, my problem is with the ones that so-called call themselves Christians that want to condemn me for what I do. Because if people are really paying attention or not, the spiritual war has already started. It's already started. You have to pay attention and know what to look for. If you're into your religion, you should already see it. You should already see it. It's not something that is hidden. You just have to know what it looks like. But I don't worry about atheists. I've had conversations with at least one in depth, right? At least one. And the very first one that I had a conversation with, I only had a conversation with him because I wanted to know what drove him to that point. I'm an inquisitive type person. I'm the guy. I like research, so I sat down and I talked to him. Most people won't sit and talk to atheists. I sat and talked with this young man because I wanted to know what drove him to believe that what he believes. Because I couldn't believe it. He was the first guy I ever ran into, first person that I ever ran into that was an atheist. So sitting down and talking to him, I'm not gonna say I understood it, but I see why, right? The stuff that he went through, the things that he lost, the people that he lost that was close to him, things was not looking up for him. He had dove into alcoholism, and like he lost his wife, lost his kids right behind that. So, and when I say lost his kids, I mean lost them in death. So,
his kids died.
Yeah, and his wife died. So
see now,
I could and seemingly now listen, this guy, I'm not gonna say he was rich, but you could tell he at some point he was living a very comfortable life. Because you're looking at his house, in the neighborhood where I ran into him at. His house was a very nice house, very nice neighborhood, but everything was unkept. Everything was unkept except for this car. I forgot what kind of car, but it was a nice, very nice car that was in the driveway. There was a couple of cars in there that looked like they hadn't moved in a minute. So it just looked like somebody gave up hope. If you know what I mean, especially after I got through talking to him, I could see that. Like he didn't keep up the property, didn't take care of the cars. Then when the way he was looking, when I was talking to him, how he was dressed, it just looked like somebody who just gave up hope. So I actually gained a lot of knowledge talking to him. So like I said, I'm not worried about no atheists. At least I know where they stand. But it's the ones that so-called call themselves Christians. It's the one that I got to watch out for.
And see, like you just said about that guy. Now, yes, there are situations like that, and honestly, I can understand because, listen, life is never going to be perfect. Life is never going to
Right.
be perfect. Now, I feel like I've lived a very blessed life up to this point, and I give God
Absolutely.
a lot of thanks for it. But there's
Yep.
people that are not as fortunate as me, not as fortunate as you, not as fortunate enough as OG. And the thing is, people that, especially, they lost their wife and their kids to death. They're never going to
Yeah.
have the chance to speak to them again, and they fall into deep depression.
Right.
At that point, that's a situation where, you know, I don't agree with it, but I can understand it. I can understand that, he's
Yeah.
depressed.
Yeah.
I hope he can find his way back to God, though,
Mm-hmm.
because I do think that if he can find
Yeah,
his way
exactly.
back to God, that could. I do think that, look, it's tough to describe, but I do think everything happens for a reason. I just think that people, when those
Exactly.
things happen, they don't realize that, there is a calling for them. And look, that calling could actually
Exactly.
be very, very small. It could only
Mm-hmm.
affect one person, but that calling
Right.
is fulfilled. See,
Right.
no one is bigger than God. But you are right. But see, my thing is, though, you do have to. The only thing about atheists, there's people that are atheists because
Mm-hmm.
they're just they're too smart for their own good. They're
Right.
too
Yeah.
smart for their own good. And that's the thing, man, where I'm going to be honest with you. Some people, they take research and they take
Mm-hmm.
science, not to discredit science, but they take it way
Right.
too seriously sometimes.
Yeah.
They say,
Yeah.
and then they'll be, they'll go into like quantum physics or something and say, well, the universe came together through the galaxy and so. How can God be real? Understand something. The Holy Spirit,
Right.
there's three. There's God, there's Jesus, and there's the Holy
Right.
Spirit. And the Holy
Right.
Spirit is what impels God and impels his Son to
Mm-hmm.
be able to act. The Holy Spirit existed before all of it.
Yeah. Yeah. I had a over at DHL, the other company I used to work for, group of guys that I would sit down. Now they were a different religion, right? But I like Bible study. I mean, I would enjoy talking Bible study with the people. So I sat down with them, right? And the thing what a lot of people would do, they would discredit what you were already doing, right? Like this guy, he came in, he interrupted the Bible study, and he was trying. He listened for a second, but then he interrupted, right? So what I did was I said, hey, I told you the opportunity to, you know, get somebody else in. I said, hey, why don't you sit down and, we actually just study. I said, why don't you sit down and study with us? Now he didn't want to do that, but he wanted to sit back and he wanted to discredit what we're doing. And his big issue was that we don't live in those times anymore. We can't go by that. So I'm like, that's your problem. You're discrediting something you don't know about. So sit down, let's do a Bible study. And we can see how we can apply the scriptures to today's life. Is because we know it's I'm not gonna say outdated, but at the same time, the foundation is there. It's like when you're rearing a child. The foundation is there. You rear that child through discipline. So when that child gets to be older, he'll know, hey, if I get in trouble, there are going to be consequences. And it's the same thing with the Bible. You read the word, you know that the foundation is there, and that's what you live your life by. You know the things that'll tell you what's right from wrong. Because why? The Bible says so. Now, in the Ten Commandments, it's not going to say verbatim. It's not going to tell you a lot of stuff that's not good for you. But if you break it all down, because there are only 10, if you break it all down, whatever's wrong falls, or whatever's bad for you falls somewhere under those 10 commandments. It's not going to tell you that, uh, uh, you know, I'm trying to think of an example. Um, like cheating. It's not going to tell you that cheating is a sin. But when you break it all down, cheating falls under one of those commandments, right? And that's like, sit down and have a conversation with us. Let's do this thing together. Nah, he didn't want to do that. He wanted to be that odd man and cause a divide between what we was already doing, and I wasn't going to let him do that. But the young man that I was studying with, I said, see, that is what the Bible would do for you. Because I could have very easily like just blown up and be like, cuss him out and all that type of stuff, like, get out from him over here and all that type of thing. No, I didn't do that. See, the one thing about the Bible, it's going to change how you talk. It's going to change how you act. It's going to change how you think. Are you going to be perfect? No, by no means. We're all sinners. We still are the same person. We still going to, every one of us sin every day. If we woke up one day and all we did was got up, went to the bathroom, went right to bed, guess what? You still sinned. You still sinned that day. Because you didn't do everything the Bible told you to do. Because there are some things that we're supposed to do every day.
Every day. And see the number.
Every day.
Check this out. The number one realization that you have to come to if you're going to be a follower of God, if you're going to be a servant of God, if you're going to believe in God, is this. You ain't perfect.
Right.
You ain't gonna be perfect. You
Right.
ain't gonna be able to follow those commandments perfectly. You're probably going to sin more times than you would like to, and you probably actually sin every day.
Yeah. Yeah. And see, and that's the beauty of it too. God already knows that. We err. We are human. We allow distractions to plague us. I mean, God already knows you're going to sin. Right? The thing is, don't dive deeper. Don't dive deeper. You ask for forgiveness every day. You like me, I actually get rid of the distractions. But there are a lot of them out there that will have you believing like, hey, this comes before the word of God, or this has to get done before that get done. Right? And before you know it, it's interfering with your worship. It's interfering with your way of life, and probably could cost you your life. So you ask and pray for the forgiveness. You ask and pray to get rid of the distraction. At the very least, put them in their place, right? But don't just abandon the Bible, because it's actually like a textbook to life. A lot of people just don't look at it that way. Sadly enough, a lot of the young kids don't even know what the Bible is, or was the first scripture in the Bible. I mean, let's be honest, man. A lot of these kids probably never picked up a Bible.
I'm gonna be honest with you straight up. If it was not for my dad, I probably wouldn't even know what the actual importance of having a relationship with God.
Right. Right. Yeah. Now my mom, rest her soul, she tried with us. And she was one of these guys, one of these people that had a Bible everywhere. A Bible in the bedroom, Bible in the kitchen, Bible in the dining room table, in the bathroom, in the car on the dashboard, living room. She had a Bible everywhere. And now that I look back on it, that's probably what saved us. Like when we were living in East Lake Meadows, because we moved from Liberty City, and probably one of the worst neighborhoods in Florida, up to Atlanta, and I think one of the worst neighborhoods in Georgia. And mom was like, we're not running anymore. We're not doing it. And she became that mother in the neighborhood. She became that mother, that praying mother. Right. A lot of the moms,
God, look, God put her there for a
yeah,
reason as a tool for that
absolutely,
community.
yeah. So at the very least, all of the moms on that front, those two front rows there, actually it was four rows because it was the row we were in, the one next to it, then the two behind us. All of those moms gravitated toward my mom, and there were at least 30, 40 families right there, and all of those women, old, young, I mean, they all gravitated toward my mom. And during those 27 years that we lived there, the worst thing that happened in that little area was one of the guys got shot. And he wasn't even right there in the area. He was up on the hill and he ran home after he got shot. So we were protected. Now that I look back at it, we were protected, literally, because everything happened like around us, behind us. I mean, it's unreal. I can't explain enough how bad, or let's just say, well, I guess the word would be how bad East Lake Meadows was at the time, and how things were happening. But everything, like I said, it happened around us and not where we live. Right? We experienced it because we were in that neighborhood.
Of course.
But I'm like you. Like I had somebody come into my life. My father-in-law came into mine. Up to that point, I was actually looking for answers because I had got to the point of age, and I was like, hey, you know, I see people going to church. I hear people going to church. I hear about people going to church. And then my mom was like, you know, she would always bring us in for prayer, right? So I was looking for answers, and I know what my mom told me. My grandfather, we had a lot of conversations, but it wasn't about like the Bible. Or grandmother was the same way, but it took my father-in-law with the way he taught to say, okay, this is it. Now, granted, like I said, my mom always told us what the Bible said. The churches that we went to, they told us what the Bible said. My grandmother told us what the Bible said. The preachers at the church, they told us what the Bible said. But my father-in-law gave me a Bible. And the Bible happened to be his first Bible that he had ever gotten. I still have it today. He's passed away now, but I still have that Bible. That Bible will forever stay with me whether I use it or not. But he showed me in the Bible for the answers that I was looking for. He didn't just say it. I didn't have to go to church and listen to somebody up on the podium that's getting paid to do it to tell me what the Bible said. I wanted somebody to finally show me. And he did that. That's what worked for me. Maybe a lot of people need to look at it like that. Get somebody to say, hey, sit you down with a Bible and say, hey, look, boom. This, that, and let you interpret for yourself. And that's what he did. He let me interpret it for myself. And then he always told me what he thought about it, but he always let me interpret it for myself. And that's how, like now, like I said, that Bible that he has, that he gave me, yeah, that will forever remain in my possession. And it took somebody like your dad, like my father-in-law, to actually sit down and say, hey, boom, this is it. This is that road. But like a lot of these kids today, man, if somebody tried to do them like that, I'm not gonna say these kids are too far grown, because it's always gonna be something that happened that draw them into, draw them back in, right? But you don't want them going to jail to find something that was never lost. Because you always hear people say that, well, I found Jesus when I was in jail. No, you didn't. Jesus was always there. You just didn't stop to talk to him.
You just decide to start answering the calls when
Yeah.
you were in jail because you had nothing else to do. He had to
Yeah.
Exactly.
he had to literally put you probably the last
Yeah.
place he wanted to put you
Right.
he put you in the last place that he ever wanted to put you, but it was his last resort for you
Right.
that he knew
Yeah.
might have been able to get through to you. See, God sends people messages. He does.
Mm-hmm.
He
All the
sends
time.
people messages,
Yeah.
and it's up to them whether they decide to answer or not. Now, look, when you're dying, no matter what your beliefs were, I believe once you start to see those lights
Mm-hmm.
and you start to get closer to God and those pearly gates, you're gonna start
Right.
praying. Everyone starts
Yeah.
naturally praying, and if you were an atheist, you're gonna go, oh shit.
Yeah. 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 See, a lot of the atheists think they're safe
No.
for the spiritual war. You got to think again.
Oh
Got to
no.
think again, because one
Because
thing that in this spiritual war, Christian war, you are an enemy if you're an atheist, because they don't know what you're doing. They think, and some people may think, oh no, he's just lying to save his butt. But guess what? They're going to come for you too.
yeah, well, hold on now. You don't. Not a lot of people. Look, the devil's not going to tell you who he is. That's one thing about it.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going. Everyone thinks, he'll be the Antichrist. So he'll ride around on the cross. He'll have the cross on. He'll wear the cross around his neck. But look,
Right.
also the atheists, the ones that blatantly spit in the face of God, try to believe that they
Yeah.
are bigger than God, smarter than God, holier than God.
Right.
Look,
Yeah.
they got something really coming for them.
Right.
It's the
Right.
biggest humbling
Right.
reality check that is probably ever known to man. When you are an
Right.
atheist, you think you're the smartest person in the world. No matter, and you might have all the money, you think you're and a lot of times it actually this is a disease that exists. I think in 90% of the time you see this disease, it's in women. They think they're the
Right.
smartest people. They think they're smarter than any religion. I've heard the argument, well, I'm not. I think a man said this too. I don't believe in religion because I got my frontal lobe fully developed. Oh, I can't wait. Can't wait.
But
Oh
look,
man.
here's one of the things that I look at. That's why I try to avoid certain things, especially dwelling in evil places or um. Do you know that most institutions that we know of were built on biblical principles
Yeah.
initially?
Yeah.
Even the writing of the Constitution.
I was
Uh,
about to say, including this
it's-
country, this very country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
you look at the money the money that you hold in your pockets, and that might be some of the reasons why they want to go to this digital currency, but all of it says some way it deals with the basic
Right.
biblical principles.
Yeah. In God we
It says,
trust.
God we
Yep.
trust. When you go into the courthouse and you're about to testify,
Mm-hmm.
what happens before you get up there and testify?
You gotta take an oath.
Yeah. He swear you in.
Do
You
you
Put
gotta
your
take
swear?
a
hand on the
oath.
Bible.
Right.
Yeah.
When you take these positions of responsibilities or authorities, you get sworn in. It's just all of the foundations of all of these like I said, institutions. I'm calling them institutions, organizations,
Yeah.
or what have you. Um, is built on those biblical principles, those basic principles, and I don't care how much where you go. even if you're in an argument with somebody and you calling them a lie,
Right.
for them to convince you that they're not lying, even if they telling a lie, they'll say, "I swear to God."
Yeah. Yeah.
and you still telling the same lie,
Yeah.
but because you say, "I swear to God," I'm supposed to believe you.
Matter of fact, I'm choosing not to believe you when you do say it.
Yeah, when you say that, I'll be like, "See, now you done went too far now."
Yeah. Hey,
Now
don't
you
forget, they got the other one. What is it? On everything I love.
on
On,
God,
on my
on
mama.
God,
On my,
on my
yeah,
mama,
on
yeah,
God, yeah, all
yeah.
that.
They be like, "On God, man,"
Yeah.
but see, like I said, all of these things are used, but I think, and kind of not getting back too deep into it, but I think that's our political side of all of this has gotten away from those basic
Well,
principles.
hold on.
Yeah.
Well, check, check,
Yeah.
check, check this out. You were talking about swearing in. They put their hand on their Bible. Cowboy. Did you notice
Mm,
that when Trump took his oath the second time, his hand was not on the Bible?
really?
Go look at it.
Wasn't he didn't
His hand was not on the Bible.
Wow.
and
Wow.
I and I'm not saying that it's it's been traditional to do that, but I mean, what could you do at that point?
Right.
But look, man. One thing about it, the president at this point right here, man. He's keeping it 100. He keeping it real. He lied. I mean, and all of them do it. They campaign one way and they move another way.
Right.
So, maybe we got the prime. Well, I mean, you got the midterms coming up.
Right.
Let's just hope that what comes out of the midterm is what's gonna work best for moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really think
So,
man. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think it really matters what party wins what as far as the federal level goes in the midterms. I really don't think because
Yeah.
if the Republicans win, it's just gonna be the same thing for the next 2 years. It's gonna be a bunch of these. It's gonna be a bunch of empty promises, and it's gonna be continued. Just they're gonna continue to do what they're doing now, which isn't helping anyone. If the
Right.
Democrats win, yeah, they'll have people up there testifying and stuff. They might impeach this dude again. That's the biggest, man. Impeachment is the biggest waste of time because it ain't gonna do anything. You don't got the votes to convict this dude in the Senate.
Right.
They they
Yeah.
they they won't. You gotta have 2/3 of the Senate. If he did
Yeah.
not get convicted for what happened at the Capitol, he's not going to get convicted in the Senate for impeachment for anything. You got to realize that. It's a waste of time. Y'all aren't going to get anything done legislative. Nothing is going to get done. It's a waste of time. You might as well just stay adjourned for 2 years because we know nothing is going to get done.
Right. Right. Right.
well, I'm just thinking that like I said, my basic thing is how did all these people lose these jobs?
Yeah.
How did all of these um how did all of these programs and different things that got changed, and the people here, nobody's benefiting from it on this level.
Right. Right.
Now I know everything don't happen overnight. I know that. But I'm thinking the acts of pardoning people that went to the Capitol and did all that crazy stuff up there, and these people didn't go to jail, and
Right.
and then the stuff that happened with the ICE agents and all that. And I understand people saying that the illegal aliens should go back if they're not papered up or whatever. I get that,
Right.
but I just think that it was done in a way that we didn't have to do that
I agree.
that way.
Yeah.
I think people could, because these people, most of the people that all of the interactions that I saw, these people weren't being violent. But they were being assaulted though.
Yeah.
People being assaulted, people being shot in the head, people just crazy stuff. And you got and then the people that were doing it, they wasn't in my opinion, they wasn't qualified,
Right. Right. Right.
to be in those positions. You got people out here that's masked up, that's armored up, got firearms,
Hmm.
and are
In other words,
in these positions of authority.
they got Joe Blow
And,
and they deputized them.
right, they deputized them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, this is where I don't agree with it. I don't agree with that.
Well,
Yeah.
see, a
Um,
lot of it, a lot of it is about the optics. That's the big thing. It's about the optics, and this, the president doesn't, I think, really care about optics. But the thing is that at the same time, because you're not. I mean, I've talked to you enough to know you're not no radicalized leftist. You're just a normal American with common concerns about these things, and that's where optics have to come in. Now, look, he's right. That border needs to be closed. We have, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. We have too many, in my opinion. There is an immigration problem. It needs to be dealt with accordingly. There needs to, I think the people that have been here for many years, I think the criminals, they need to get out. The people that have been here many years, I think it needs to be, and this was something that Obama and Hillary said. There needs to be a pathway to citizenship, but they have to pay taxes. They have to go to the back of the line. I absolutely believe that, yes, you have a right to come here. You have a right to immigrate here and have a chance to live the American dream. But yes, but there is and I think the system needs to be improved too. That's the thing. Things have to evolve over time. But the
Yeah.
big thing, it's optics. That's the number one thing, man. It's optics. Now, once again, you talk about obviously the ICE agents and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, it all goes back to training. I think as far as like ICE, the police, it goes into training at the end of the day. How
Yeah.
you're training, because in law enforcement, you have you have to be able to have a level of discipline in order to deal with these situations. Now, at the same time, you gotta be able. You have to find that balance. That's why, to be honest with you, these are jobs that that only very qualified people need to be taken, that can have their emotions under control. You don't need people that can be trigger happy, because it can be that one bad apple,
Yeah.
that it taints the reputation of the entire force.
Yeah.
It can be
Yeah.
that one bad apple. But it's
Yeah.
all about optics, and it's been different things. Now, of course, this administration, it's been very volatile. It's been things like ICE and all that, But at the same time, there's things where optics is a big part of it, you know. And that's really, I think, what's led this country down the path that it's going down. Is you have to be able to control the optics.
Yeah.
You have to control the rhetoric. The rhetoric needs to be toned down on both sides. Let's be very
Yeah.
clear about that. The rhetoric needs to be toned down from the right, and it needs to be toned down from the left too. We can't listen, because at the end of the day, we've heard it. The whole, well, we can't agree to disagree, that type of stuff, and it ties into what I was saying about the optics. But see, that's where we've gotten as a country. For many years, politics in large areas was agreeing to disagree. Even if you find someone who doesn't have the same standpoint as you, because adults were mature back then. Nowadays, especially the younger people, they don't have that maturity. They don't. to just agree to disagree. Well, if we have a different opinion on one thing, we can never even be around each other. Like what?
Right. Yeah.
And see the unfortunate reality too is that both sides got to do it. And if one side, look, one side could commit to, moderating, but if the other side doesn't, is ultimately it's kind of hard to do it. It's a two-man mission. It's one of the most important things that this country needs right now.
Right.
But at this point, we don't have nothing to bargain with, bro.
No, we don't.
What we gonna bargain with?
That's why we were just talking about God earlier. And we were talking about 250 this and they, like for instance, they just buried a time capsule in Philadelphia that's supposed to be open in the year 2276 for America's 500th birthday. I'm willing to bet that America ain't gonna, and that the world won't even exist at that point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's going. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm. It's very hard, honestly, to see America getting to even 300 at this point.
It's hard to say.
Okay, so by you saying that, how can you say that and yet support everything you said up to now?
It's like I said though, and you didn't let me finish my point. God might come back eventually, sooner rather than later. Because at the end of the day, we don't know when he's coming back. We look. We don't know when he's coming back. We don't know if he's coming back tomorrow. We don't know if he's coming back 100 years from now. We don't know how long he's gonna let this go. But see, the thing is, like we're talking about with the
Mm-hmm.
rhetoric and all that, that's just one of the things. But it's a major factor, but it's just one of the things. God's gonna come back at some point when he decides enough is enough. He's
Mm-hmm.
gonna take all of his believers with him, and then the people that did not believe with him, he's just gonna blow the whole earth up and let them suffer.
Mm-hmm.
So this chaos is hastening the return. Then, or
Very
is that
well.
what you think?
Listen. I don't claim to be the smartest person in the room, but based on my studies of what the second coming is supposed to be, that could be a very real possibility.
Mm.
Very real possibility.
Well, me myself, I believe in however much time I got left is living by the best I can, living by those principles.
Yeah.
Basic biblical principles.
That's
Treating
all you
people
can do.
the way that I want to be treated. Knowing I know I got free will, but I also got grace and mercy. So I'm gonna try to do right by people. I'm gonna try to do right by people, not only when people see me, but when I'm behind the scenes too. So, but at this point now, the way that we're headed, because of the swing, I can't move around like I want to, like I used to be able to move around because of the way things are now. And that's where a lot of people, and I've had this discussion with people, you have to use common sense. Cause I remember Pastor said this too, when like what Cowboy was gonna throw this in when Cowboy was talking earlier. God got common sense.
Yeah.
He got common sense. So some of this stuff where people say, oh well, you ain't supposed to do that, and you supposed to be a Christian, this, that, and other. I'll tell him in a minute. God got common sense. He know what I'm doing. I ain't worried about you.
Hey, one thing you ain't gonna be able to do is fake out. You may fake us out. You ain't
Right.
faking, you ain't
Exactly.
faking out God.
No, he got
No.
something. He knows what's happening. So I can't even move around like I want to, like I used to.
Yeah.
because I'm not in denial. A lot of people are in denial. We are in a bad situation right
Yep,
now.
very bad.
I'm not gonna be in denial. And I know people, people looking at, well, he's got a plan for the future. The leader of the country has a plan for the future. I don't see the plan.
Yeah.
I ain't saying he
I'm,
don't.
I'm
I don't see it.
well. Here's the
And
deal about
nobody's
people
telling.
people that are. Well, here's the thing though. He took office January of last year. It's so he's been in office a year and a half. He's about to, whatever plan he has, especially today in large parts. Now I know he's used executive orders, but shoot, he's gonna need a lot of the major stuff that he wants to do. He still needs Congress to act on it. He's going to lose the House in 4 months. So at that point, his presidency from that standpoint is over. Look, whatever plan there was, we've either already seen it, or it ain't coming. I think, look, that's the thing with every president too. Shoot, every president that has a plan, they better act on that plan in the first year of their term.
Yeah.
Well, my thing is, all these orders that are being signed and all of that. Some of them orders just are crazy. You sign the orders to restrict certain things that have been going on for a long time, and they're not perfect. But all these executive orders and I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Some of this stuff is like you got people wanting to go back to segregation.
Yeah.
How that's gonna work, man?
Uh,
How we gonna be able? How we gonna be able to look each other in the eye, and we know that you got the people in high places actually want to go back to segregation.
Isn't that something?
Take us back to the 60s.
Yeah.
I remember in 68 when I first went to school, went to elementary school. I was in Georgia. That was the first year they let blacks and whites go to school together.
Yeah.
Man, I ain't never been around no white folks. I'm gonna be straight with you.
Yeah.
And some things happened when I first got there that wasn't cool because they knew that there was a transition. But they wanted us to fail because you had no, well, I knew how to read and write when I went to the first grade because of the kindergarten I went to, because they knew what was coming, so they had us prepared to go.
Yeah.
So now you got a lot of these people, man. They ain't gonna know how to perform and move around in no segregated community.
Right.
And
Yeah.
you think some folks getting killed now? Oh, it's gonna be some folks going away from here if that ever happened. Cause these young Thundercats don't know nothing about it.
True that. Or how to defend it.
No, that's what I'm saying. They don't know nothing.
Their only recourse is going to be to shoot.
That's what they're gonna do.
That's their only recourse.
That's the only recourse they're gonna do.
Which is going to be bad for them if they do.
And I'm gonna show you. And it's another thing because I seen a guy, not no Falcon content creator, but I knew another guy. He was talking about when they was talking about the ICE agents, how they were going around in these different organizations. They were masked up, had on the pusheisties, and you couldn't tell who they were. And then somebody asked him, said, "Man, they ain't right. They wearing masks." And this guy was like, "Well, law enforcement always wear masks. This, that, and that's a lie."
Yeah.
No, law enforcement, they don't always wear masks, not the police.
Yeah. See what should be happening right now if especially after that march in DC. And that's I don't watch a whole lot of TV, and that got to me, right? But a lot of these people that follow social media, man, after seeing that NFAC, what is it? The NFAC militia group, that group should be growing so fast right now. And it's not about preparing gearing up for a war, but it should be a just in case, right? I mean, 'cause
Yep.
look, a lot of these people, oddly enough, think that the Ku Klux Klan is gone. Is they're alive and well. A lot of them wearing a blue suit with a red tie. And
Yeah.
what they're
Well,
doing, what
that's
they're
what I'm
doing,
saying, man. They want to go back to segregation. Man, how we
yeah.
gonna do that?
And what's happening is these people are just sitting back. They're just twiddling their thumbs, and just watch us demise ourselves. Right? The drugs, the turning on each other for no reason, shooting each other for no reason. When you got a 10-year-old, when you have a 10-year-old that is out in the street dying at 2:00 in the morning, 3:00 in the morning because he's hanging out. He involved in a gang war. A 10-year-old. Something is bad. These people, these parents, these pussy parents that we got now, they don't take care of their child, but they'll be quick to put their child's face on a t-shirt telling me how good they are. Now tell me how good your child is before you put him on that t-shirt, right? When you burying him.
You're right.
I don't want to know how good your child was after you don't buried him. You lying to me.
Exactly.
Because if you really knew who your child wouldn't be out there at 10:00 at 2:00 in the morning, dying on the hood streets. It shouldn't be happening. And a lot of these mothers out here glorifying the fact that their son is doing time behind bars. What?
Yeah.
Who does that?
That street cred.
I mean, it's like, oh yeah, man, yeah, my child, he got 5 years. You hear the conversation. They say, how he doing? Man, he got 5 years. He got 4 more to go. That's my baby. He holding it down. No, nigga, don't tell nobody that.
Hey man, I remember this cat, and that was a very unpopular stand that I made. This guy that I work, he worked at the plant where I worked at, and young cat, man, popular guy, man. Went to a party, man, and got drunk too much, man. Was drinking and driving, man. Hit a 18-wheeler head on, going about 100 miles an hour. They said when they found him in the woods, he got thrown he was driving a Tahoe. He got thrown out of the window. Say when they found his body, he still had the steering wheel in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And they did a little balloon ritual for him, right? And the guys were asking me, was I going? I said, no, I ain't going.
Yeah.
They said, why not? I said, man, I wasn't there at the party because I don't party like that. But I was like, man, if y'all was at the party with the dude, how y'all let that dude lead drive, man?
Yeah.
And he was drunk.
Yeah.
And this guy got 5 kids. I said, that money that y'all spend on the balloons and all that stuff y'all doing, y'all need to be taking up a collection because who gonna take care of these 5 children?
Right.
Yeah. Straight up. Y'all failed that dude. Man, check this out. I remember this woman, she was never and this was when I was in elementary school too. I think I was in the 5th grade. She had been a sub all throughout elementary school that I know. We kind of grown a little close.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously 5th grade, I'm getting ready to go to middle school, but this is the last time I have her. It's my sub because teacher was out. She came in, talked to the class, and she said this to 5th grader. Man, said this to some 5th graders. She went on a story talking about how about the importance of behavior,
Right.
good behavior, and not to act up. Said that she had a student a couple years ago who gave her all sorts of trouble. Also was disrespectful,
Mm-hmm.
was disrespected her, all sorts of stuff. He ended up dying for, she didn't say how, but he ended up dying. His
Right.
mama called her and asked her would she like to come to his funeral and speak. You know what this woman said? She told her, "No, I'm not." She said, "What good is there to speak about him?"
Wow.
Told that fifth grader, said, "What good is there to speak about him? What is there to honor about him?" Said she told her, "I'm sorry for your loss,
Right.
but I'm
Right.
keeping
Right.
it 100 with you. There
I was about
was
to say that.
nothing good that I can say about him."
Wow. Seemed like that lady. She knew more about his her child than she did. But
Well, you know
that's
how you
bad, man.
you know how mamas will get. They'll
Yeah.
defend a
Your child
lot,
can do no wrong. Yeah.
but when they were actually
But see, that's how you gotta be honest about it, man.
yeah, like check this out. You got to be there for your child for both the good times and and the rough times. Like check this out. Cowboy, I'm sure you're familiar with the whole Carmelo Anthony thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
But the thing is, and we okay, he was found guilty. He
Yeah.
and they're giving, he's getting sentenced. The Metcalf family's up there giving their impact statements. Of course, at the end of the day, look, they've lost their son. You know,
Mhm.
but at the end of the day, number one, he didn't have anyone up there that could vouch for him up on the stand. The only one who did get up there before the verdict, what was his mom. But after he'd been found guilty,
Mhm.
the thing was when they were sentencing him and doing the impact statements, he had nobody there by his side except his lawyer. His mom
Yeah.
left the room and his dad left the
Yeah.
room. All those
Yeah.
people outside the courthouse, look, and they were outraged. No, you need to be outraged at his parents. And
Yeah.
Charleston White said his parents were only trying to get some bills paid. They didn't care
Yeah.
about him.
Yeah.
They got that money for legal defense. They bought a mansion with it. They bought luxury cars with it. They didn't
Yeah.
try to help him out.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's doing 35 years. Number one, and we
Huh.
could talk all we want about, what was he in the right, was he in the wrong, should he have had someone to taught him how to deal with conflict, but at the end of the day, the situation happened. He's facing life in prison. He ended up getting 35 years. His parents couldn't even be there by his side for sentencing.
Right. Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah.
But he's appealing it, right?
They're
Yeah. He's
appealing it.
appealing.
Yeah.
He's appealing it. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Well, the thing about it is, and I don't, I don't know about you guys, but I've been in a similar situation, and sometimes that's the process you're gonna have to go through. You're gonna have to go to court. They obviously they handled it the wrong way. They didn't, present the evidence like they should have, and he got convicted. So now he needs to get the right team with him, and
Hmm.
they need to appeal it, and they need to come in there with a strong case.
Yeah.
Um, I guess pretty much the same way, with like in my situation, video footage is very important.
Yeah.
I don't think they provided the best video footage. I don't think that they handled the case right, and with the association of the DA and the attorney and the judge, he wasn't going to win either way.
Yeah.
You know, he wasn't going to win either way. So he needs to go to another venue, another area where he can at least get a fair trial. And then if he's found guilty, then so be it. But um, I've heard a lot of talk about this case, and I'm just going to tell you like this right here. You don't put your hands on people if you don't want them to do nothing to you. Don't give me the thing about, you're supposed to gauge how much force you use in a situation. when you got people shooting people in the head and shooting people in the face, talking about they fear for their life. You got, you got police officers that are shooting in the cars and saying they feared for their life. And this young man was approached. I don't care if he was under their tent. He was approached by these guys, and these guys didn't have no authority to put their hands on him. Should he have gotten up when they told him to move? He should have got up. In hindsight, he probably should have got up, but he didn't. Maybe he felt like there was no way out.
Yep.
Nobody knows. You don't know what went on in that young man's mind. You know what I'm saying? Just, like I said, I've been in that situation, and at the time, man, the only thing you going by is what your instinct. Whatever your instincts are, that's what you go by.
Yeah.
And and I heard somebody talking about he shouldn't have talked to the cops. Man, he was a 17-year-old boy.
Yeah, scared.
Them scared. Them cops, they handled him the wrong way.
Yeah.
You didn't read everything that he said before you read him his Miranda rights was supposed to be inadmissible in court.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For that.
Yeah.
So
that's why I tell my sons, man, like even especially when they was in high school, because my sons that were athletes, and it was always wanting somebody that was always ready to try them, right? They didn't bother nobody. They go to school, do their work, whatever, do their little sports thing, and because the way they act, people would try them. But they quiet. They big, but they quiet, and I always tell diffuse the situation. Don't escalate it. Now, if someone put their hands on you, you do whatever you can to keep from retaliating, but at the same time, you follow my rules. My rule
exactly
is to let the administrator know in the classroom, hey, let an adult know, hey, look, this is what's going on. That adult has to address it. If that adult does not address it, you have my permission to walk out of that classroom. I don't say nothing else to that teacher. Walk out of that classroom, walk straight to the principal's office, walk up in that principal's office. Don't let nobody know what you're doing.
Right.
You walk up to that principal's office and let that principal know what's happening. And if that principal does not do anything about it, then you commence to whooping some tail. I mean,
you got them.
Yeah.
I got you. I got you from there now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And every the one guy, my oldest son, when he fell into that situation, they tried to suspend him. So I asked the principal, I'm like, look, he told the administrator didn't do nothing about it. And I told him to come see you if that teacher does not do anything about it. And here you are, you didn't do anything about it. And this kid still tried to bully my son. Because my son, my oldest one, he was born without fingers on his left hand. Right? So and this was right about the time he tried out for football, and he made it. But the young boy that didn't